Right now, we do not have not one single black community in America. All you got are black neighborhoods. A neighborhood is where you eat and sleep. A hotel is a neighborhood. And some of these neighborhoods has gotten so bad now, they're not even neighborhoods anymore. Crime has gotten so high, they ran the neighbor out. All you got left is a hood. That's why they call it the hood. Nothing left in there. They don't have any communities. A community must have three elements. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can produce jobs, services, goods, products, and resources for your own people. Two, the second thing you must have in there, you must have a code of conduct saying this is how we're going to behave. Here's how we're going to love and support each other, appreciate them, care about them, protect them. And lastly, you must have politicians elected to office who will represent you first and foremost. You don't put black folk in public office that will look out for everybody else before they look out for you. If you don't have those three things, you don't have a community.
The champ is here! 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 The champ is here!
It's your boy, the Ben Israel, the People's Champ, back with another YouTube live stream. April 13th, 2024. Oh, beautiful day here in the QC, people. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, 2:32 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, we doing good, baby. Shalom, Israel. Happy Sabbath day to you. Hello, you ninjas. How y'all doing? Oh, man. Thank you for tuning in to the People's Podcast. I am your host. It's your boy, the Cookie Monster, Chef V, the Heisenberg of this ish, the Shogun of Charlotte, your boy, the People's Champ. Oh, man, coming to you live. We are simulcasting on YouTube, the People Podcast. We are also on Facebook, Van Johnson, and we are on Facebook, The Speaks. Wherever you are, wherever you may be, hit the like button. Smash that bell when you hit the subscribe button. Share it to your socials. Let Facebook know what you're watching. Hit the Cash App. $, send V. Send me $2 to support the Pure Leaf Tea Fund. Keep your boy hydrated. Oh, man. Oh, man. We made it through to Sabbath day, y'all. Last day of the week. We made it. Hope y'all are doing well. Like when I watch sports, I'm a fan of the sport first before I become a fan of any particular team. I like to see a good game. I want my team to win, but ultimately I like to see a good game. I like to see the rules be applied evenly. Like everybody to give a good effort, do their best. And I want my team to come out on top. But the want for my team to come out on top doesn't eliminate my desire to have the good game. I don't want my team out there cheating. I don't want the referees looking the other way. None of that kind of stuff. I want everybody to play the game the way it's supposed to be played. I mean, and genuinely, if you've ever been an athlete, and you see somebody on the other team or the other side perform at a higher level, you congratulate, man. Man, that was amazing. Good shot, yo. You got me on that one, whatever. Especially in track. If you ever ran track, you definitely see that a lot in track. If you've seen something amazing from the other side, the sense of fairness, the sense of being a good sport, we used to call it, And that's why after the game, you genuinely would shake the hands of the other teams and slap their hand, at the end, no hard feelings. We won, y'all lost, or y'all lost and we won, whatever. Everybody had a good game. Nobody got hurt. That's how I used to flow, I'm the same way here with other content creators. Whoa, wait a minute. I always get ahead. Always get ahead. I don't know why I do that. I always get a little ahead of myself. I apologize. Those of y'all who don't want to be here, don't be here. Move around. Plenty of places to be out here in these YouTube streets. Shout out to Love Dorsey. That's where I got that from. Shout out to Love Dorsey, y'all. Yeah. Well, her fine ass. Oh, man. Love Dorsey probably be saying when she watch me, she probably be
acknowledge me.
I got you, baby. Don't worry about it. I got you. I always give credit what credit is due. And y'all ninjas be looking at Love Dorsey. I know y'all be looking at her with her pretty self. I know y'all be looking at her talking about. I know y'all do. Leave that woman alone, man. I think she married. She's still fine, though. She's still fine. Oh, man. Let me get back on track, y'all. Let me get back on track. But yeah, I'm a fan, man. So I watch a lot of y'all content creators. Some of y'all I just can't. I mean, you just 90 seconds into it, I'm like, okay, this is some bull. This is some foolishness. I can't do it. I really can't do it. I'm overloaded on foolishness. I just like, what the hell are they saying here? What is being that ain't right? What are they saying?
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
Know what I mean? I got to get that clip for Bishop Nathaniel. What the hell is this? That's what I be saying. What the hell is this? I got to get that clip. But I'm a fan. I like good content, whether I make it or somebody else makes it. And I like to acknowledge good content and support it. I've done so over the years. However, when there's some bull, I got to point it out, even for people I like. That brings me to today. I'm watching little big sis, as Crimson Cure calls her, Danica Marie. I genuinely like her. I genuinely like what she has to say. And it caught me. I wasn't even meaning to watch her. I actually clicked on it by accident, but she had her hair out, and I love to see women with their hair out. So, I said, let me watch a little bit of this. And I watched about 10 minutes of it. She was interviewing the African, not interviewing, but watching she was reviewing the African girl, talking about she been here for 10 years and giving her take on American men. I'm assuming American black men. I'm assuming that's what she was exposed to. That's a presumption. I'm making a presumption. Look up the word. Words matter. Don't confuse it with assumption. I made a presumption. Okay. Look up the word for you ninjas who like to talk ish in the background. You ain't ready. So she's saying, oh, American men want to get shit for free. How is that? American black men? All we do is pay into the system. What are we getting for free? What are we getting for free? What are we getting for free? But the problem I had with what she said, and a lot of you ninjas, not the African girl, Danica Marie, here's the problem I have. A lot of y'all, she's a little younger than me, and a lot of y'all ninjas have this problem. In today's world, y'all love making that statement. In today's world. What the fuck does that mean? In today's world. Because y'all know nothing about the world before. You don't know history. Otherwise, you would not be saying the thing that you're saying right now at this time. Because it don't make sense. It makes no sense at all. So the little African girl's talking about men do all of the work so the wives don't have to work. I call cap on that. I call cap. So let's analyze that for a moment. If all of these African women in their home countries, right, are not working, then why are they rushing to come over here to America to work their asses off? Please answer that question for me. If they could sit home and get all of their needs met, and their men are so masculine, and they doing all of this shit over there in Nigeria, in the Congo, in Mali, in all of these in South Africa, and all of these damn places over there, why do they rush here to work bullshit jobs here? I'll wait. I'll wait. The average black woman in this country makes $36,000, 303, 36,303, $36,303 a year, right? That's what they can make. They're going to be lumped in with the black people. The average white woman makes about 42. So that's what the average women are making here. Why are they rushing? They princess, African tribe, princess. My daddy is an African king old ass ninjas over here to drive Ubers, to work at Bojangles, to be dialysis techs. Why are they doing it? To work at Walmart, to work the register at J.C. Penney's. They're not doing nothing spectacular. Are there a few who are highly educated, who become big time nurses and become doctors and things? Yes, that's from every country. That's even from here. But that's not the normal. That is not the normal. They're coming here because they're looking for a better life. They're looking for more opportunities, looking to have more than what they had at home. That's why they're coming here. Same thing, the reason their men are coming here. They all started coming over here in the late 80s and 90s, flooding over here when the immigration laws opened the doors a little bit. And they wanted to pretend like they was better than black folk back then. For those of you who weren't around, I went to high school. I went to school with them. The ones that trickled over here, I went to school with them. They didn't want to integrate with us, but they wanted what we had. They wanted what we had. That's what they came over here for. They were jealous. If they had it so good at home, why would you get jealous? I want to go work hard like them ninjas. Why? Why would they do that? That makes no sense. That's totally illogical. Right? But they did it. And they continue to do it. All of them ain't pretty. You do got some pretty women over there, yes. you got pretty women of all groups everywhere. And y'all tend to only look at the prettiest of the pretty and try to extrapolate downward to make it seem as all of them women over there that pretty. If that were the case, let's examine that. Why wouldn't the African men be snatching them up in their home countries? No. What you see real popular, the African men over here, they come over here to get American black women. They love getting American black women. But wait a minute, they had all of these beautiful Nubian queens over there with killer bodies and beautiful, perfect skin, and right. She also made it a point to talk about, oh, men, black men over here, where we want it for free, right? Is AIDS not running rampant on the continent of Africa still? That sounds like a lot of free sex to me. Or were they paying to give them women AIDS? I mean, make it make sense. Make it make sense. That's why I don't like talking to these Hamites. Let's call them by their real names. And those are the ones that are on the continent of Africa. Those are the ones that migrated into Europe. And they always want to try to lecture us about our shit over here and about how good they got it over there. Then why the hell did you leave? Stay your ass back there in the Garden of Eden or in your Camelot or wherever the hell you came from that was so perfect and so wonderful and so better. I never understood that. You don't leave a great place to go to a far worse place. Who does that? People don't leave California, generally speaking, to go live in Iowa. That ain't what people do. People leave Iowa and go to California. People leave all states to go to California or New York or Chicago because those cities are better than where you came from. That's why people migrate. They're looking for opportunity. That's the whole point of migration. Right? Or is it just me? Maybe I'm crazy. But you don't run from something good to something bad. Who does that? That's not what humans do. Or I mean, am I crazy? Again, am I crazy with it? Am I crazy? Somebody in the comments, let me know if I'm crazy for what I'm saying. No, V, you crazy. You got it all wrong. People want worse stuff all the time. Really? Really? That's what we do? Black people fled Jim Crow South to go into the North because the North was worse. People went out into the West when we were exploring the West and conquering the West. They left the East to go to the West because what? They were looking for better opportunity. They were looking for gold, looking for land, looking to get away from governments that were being formed on the East. That's why they did it. That's why they did it. I mean, I guess I'm wrong. Somebody need to hit me in the face, right? I guess I'm wrong. Y'all need to talk to me. I mean, this sounds crazy. No, V, that's craziness, man. You talking crazy, V. Yeah, I got it. V is always crazy. V is always crazy with it. What we talking about? Shout out to Smoking Talk. What we talking about? So, the problem I have with Danica Marie today, and baby, this is correction. This ain't correction comes from love. I got love for you, but you're a little off, sweetie. because you're reinforcing the ninja talk. Ninja talk is when you keep repeating the goofy shit that the ninjas talk about. We know it ain't true, but say it enough times, people start believing it was true. We got it all our lives. I know Generation X did. Oh, every black man is a dog. Every black man is a cheater. Oh, black men ain't shit. We don't want our kids, right? Now the truth comes out. Black men are the best fathers. The ninja talk is what we heard all our lives. So the ninja talk y'all like to do in today's world, that's ninja talk. Ninja talk. There was no time in the past where black women, as a majority, even a minor majority, ever got to sit at home and do nothing. That never happened. That history never flipping happened. No, it never happened. Never happened. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got a little comment. Let me switch directions for a minute. You know, I gotta always check in with the chat, with the people's chat, see what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Aminaz. She is checking in. She's a little late, but she's checking in, y'all. Aminaz is in the house. Let's give Aminaz a round of applause, please. Aminaz is in the chat. And she says, hey, y'all, with her signature, hey, y'all. I got to get that clip, too, because I get tired of doing that voice. I don't do it very well. I'm going to get her saying it. We gonna get that. We're going to get that audio of that. But anyway, she says, hey, y'all. So I'm catching you up. We talk about Danica Marie. I like her, but she says goofy shit sometimes. And I'm keying in on this. They like to say in today's world. What the fuck are they talking about? So in today's world, they love to do that. Like there was some time in the past where women, not even just black women, but women got to sit at home while their men earned all the money. And they got to sit at home and do whatever they were supposed to be doing. This time period never happened for the vast majority of women. I would contend that maybe it was less than 5% of women countrywide who got to stay at home and be stay-at-home moms. And I contend that it was only a short period of time while their kids weren't in school yet. So the first 5 years that the kid wasn't in school. If their kids was in school, trust and believe they were earning money somewhere. Now, let's analyze that. Let's go back in the history of black folk. Black women typically work jobs as like housekeepers, seamstresses. If they had a little education, they might have did some accounting or bookkeeping at an office. They did secretarial work if they were close to a larger city and they had those kind of resources in that city. But most of them, what they did, the most popular job, they were babysitters. So when other women were going out to clean houses and be housekeepers and nannies, their kids were watched by the few women who got to stay at home, quote unquote, but they were babysitting. They might have been watching 10 or 20 kids each. Right, Aminaz seconds what I just said. Black women have always worked. So have white women. White women didn't get to stay home either. Most of them got the secretary jobs first because they were more educated. Even if they didn't go to college, they were more educated. They knew how to count. So they could do basic shit in the office. Right? They could look pretty in the office. And men love to have pretty things walking around the office. But most of them jobs is only part-time. They weren't doing that 40 hours a week. They might only been doing that shit 10 to 20 hours a week. They might only been a seamstress. Said some of them, the seamstresses, they didn't go down to the dry cleaners to work or to the cleaners. They did the seamstress at home. So that way they could watch the kids. This is an ancient. That's the other problem we have. Our timing is off. I said that yesterday. You out of sync, your timing is off. So in the description, I dropped a link in the description to a video from the 1960s. It was produced and aired on CBS. That was one of the few TV stations available in the 1960s. Okay? You might only have 5 TV channels if you were lucky. CBS was one of them. They did a whole expose called The Harvest of Shame. It's about 50 minutes, about an hour long, right? Anybody who hasn't seen this, you need to go watch this video. It'll open your eyes and educate you on what the world was like not too long ago. 1960 is 60 years ago. It ain't that long ago. I was born in 1976, right? My mother was born in 1950s. No, in 57 is when my mother was born, right? Something like that. So we're talking about in my mother's lifetime. Hold on. We got another comment. She said that's how we found their husbands. Wait a minute. Let me blow it up a little bit. That's how the white women found their husbands being secretaries. Yeah, of course. Going to school, being secretaries. That's what school was for. It was to prepare you, for them anyway, to prepare you as finishing school. Prepare you. They had took classes like how to set the table. Where the forks and spoons would go, the salad fork and the chilled spoon and all of that kind of stuff. Or the heated spoon. The heated spoon, the warm spoon, was for the soup. The chilled spoon was for things that should be served cold. They learned that in finishing school, in etiquette classes. How to properly greet people when they come to your home. They took classes like that. They got degrees in etiquette and shit like that. Those of you don't know. So, that's why another reason Amanaz has got me thinking about something. Another reason I hate that Southern Belle talk. Southern Belle's, that word comes from antebellum South. When Southern Belles were running around, you ninjas, y'all was out in the damn field picking cotton and beans. Okay? Y'all wasn't Southern Belles. The Southern Belles were sitting on the back porch drinking their mint tea. That's what they were doing, watching over you Negroes. And if you were lucky enough to be a house Negro, you was cleaning up in the house. You wasn't no Southern Belle. Stop friggin' reinventing history. But anyway, going back to the harvest of shame, these were what we would call working class. Actually, they were less than working class. These were poor blacks and poor whites. So you would consider them poor whites and working class blacks. They migrated from Florida to New Jersey, New York area following the harvest. And if you watch the video, they only were making like $900 a year. That's what these were, poor whites. They interviewed one of the little white ladies. She was 34, had 9 kids. Had 9 kids. They didn't even have enough money to to buy a gallon of milk, but maybe once a week if they were lucky, she said. Everybody was working. It wasn't even just her. She was working. Her husband was working. The kids were working. The man asked her, who watches the young ones? Oh, they kind of just watch themselves. And, the baby who can't walk, he stay in the baby buggy. But the rest of them, they just kind of wander about and do what they do if they can't work. And as soon as they get old enough to work, they was working too. Those was white folks. White folks. 1960. We ain't talking 100 years ago. We're talking 60. And this was still going on in the 70s, by the way. It just didn't end in the 60s, or it didn't end in 1970 after civil rights was winding down. It was still going on in parts of this country. It's still going on today. Who do you think is picking your vegetables and fruits today? Who? Poor people are, and immigrants now. On the West Coast, it was always immigrants. They went from the border of Mexico all the way up to Oregon and Washington. That was their migration path, right? See, it's more to California than just Los Angeles. California and all of that shit is mostly country. They got cows and farmland once you get outside of Los Angeles. It ain't just one big city on the West Coast. Who do you think our food is grown? Dummies? Somebody got to pick it. It ain't machines always. Machines do a lot of it. But you still got to have somebody out there. You got to have somebody out there. So on the West Coast, it's during that 1960s, it was Mexicans. Remember, California used to be Mexico. That's what y'all forget. The white Americans took over California. They took it from the Mexicans. Y'all always think it's the Native Americans they took it from. They took it from the Mexicans. And they're not the same. They're different groups of people. And they enslaved them people and forced them people to work for slave wages. They're still doing it. You think them immigrant workers today are making $50,000 a year? No, they're not. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. Y'all need to get real and understand this country historically and contemporarily in today's world. It's the same shit. Like the man said in the opening of the Harvest of Shame, we used to own our slaves. Now we just rent them. It's the same thing. The work has to still be done. It has to be done. A lot of y'all ain't never been to the country, so y'all don't know how things work on the farms and out in the fields. You ain't drove out in the fields and seen no robots picking vegetables. You ain't seen that. Handling chickens. Where you think your food comes from? Somebody got to do the work. Where you think that burger came from? You got to have ranchmen, cowboys. They are real. They still exist. Go out there to Montana, Oklahoma. Y'all so busy trying to go on vacation and and travel the world. You don't know what America is made of. Travel America. Rent you a RV, a little Class B RV or a car, and drive the country and see how people are living outside of the major populated areas. Go on out there. See what they doing. How them folks earn money. Talk about staying home wives. Them women ain't staying home. You think them white women that live out there in the Midwest, Oklahoma and Iowa and North Dakota and all of that, the ranchers' wives, the cowboys' wives, you think their wives are just sitting at home watching Maury and Price is Right all day? No, they getting up at like 3 o'clock in the goddamn morning. They got work to do too. They milking cows. They picking eggs out the basket, out the hen house. They all of that takes work. They shoveling hay, picking up manure, making compost. That's every day. And y'all think y'all work hard because you at a call center sitting at a cushiony desk because you're a nurse working hard. You ain't working hard as them people. Them women tough as hell out there working hard and not complaining. They not getting their nails done. They ain't got, first of all, they can't do what they do and have long ass fingernails. They look at y'all like y'all clowns. They not getting their hair done. They throwing that shit in a ponytail or wrapping it up and they keeping it moving. Hard work. Still going on today in today's world. Watch The Harvest of Shame. White women and black women. Oh, y'all love to tell stories about your granddaddies and your daddies. Well, the black men that you see on this video, those would have been your grandfathers, the silent generation. Those were those men. So no, your granddaddy didn't have some business where he was making $1 million a year. He didn't have a large farm. He wasn't a lawyer. He wasn't a doctor. Y'all got a combination of the Cosby Show and Color Purple wrapped up in your head. Your granddaddy might have not even had a TV in the house. They might have not even had a house. These people were sleeping outside, in barns, on buses, in the back of a truck. Whole families. 1960. White folk. Black folk. Y'all better start getting real. Most of these successes, quote unquote, that we like to attribute, I don't really think they successes. But the little bit of success some of us, a few of us have come in the 80s and 90s. And then we started to regress again in the 2000s. A few of us escaped the South to make it into the North and have some success. And even those people who did, they worked regular jobs. They worked together. They both were working. I tell you the story about my Aunt Jean and my Uncle John all the time. They worked at LaGuardia Airport. That's where they worked. And they retired there before they came back south. They didn't have no prestigious job. What do you think they was doing? My Uncle John wasn't no pilot. My Aunt Jean wasn't no CEO or nothing, no boss chick. She was doing customer service or baggage handling or something to that point. She might have became a little supervisor over a couple of people later on towards the end. My grandmother and my grandfather, they worked for Bell Laboratories. My grandmother was in maintenance and housekeeping. Yes, she worked her way up when she became the top custodian, where she was over 500 people. This place was huge. Think if you know Charlotte, think Wells Fargo here in Charlotte, CIC, the corporate office, huge facility. Probably got 1,000 janitors in that damn place. My grandmother was the top one. That was regular hard work. My grandfather worked on the assembly line. They retired there. They weren't working no prestigious jobs. My mother worked for the post office for a long time before she got injured and was forced to retire. My stepfather sold men's clothing. We come from modest people. I had one uber successful person in my family, like most black people. That was my Uncle Milt, my Aunt Marion's husband. He was an engineer for AT&T, right? That's what he was. He ran the engineering department, their research and development department. He was a PhD. That's something different. He was the only black man. Most of us didn't have jobs like that. Most of us were regular ass workers. So this fictitious reality that we create for ourselves today, everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. I remember that word started getting used. It didn't start getting used to the mid-90s. And very few of us were entrepreneurs back then. Most of us didn't even know, had never even heard the word. And y'all use it wrong today. Y'all hustle men. Y'all hustle man. That ain't no entrepreneur. You a hustle man. You doing scams. When we start analyzing what you doing, really. You're doing scams. You're stealing. And you call yourself an entrepreneur. Running some time of hustle. Stop. Stop with the foolishness. But I guess, no, V. No. My mama, she was a businessman. Your mama was a hoe. Shout out to RBN. Your mama was a hoe. Your mama was selling coochie. Coochie been being sold since the beginning of time, and your mama was doing it too. That's how your mama got money. That's how the light bill got paid many a months. That's how you got your school clothes many a months. Mama was a hoe. The difference back then in 1960 and 1970, we were functioning. We had a sense of community, and we were trying to build communities. That's what we were trying to do still back at that time. I've tried to educate y'all plenty of times on what a community is, but y'all don't get it. Maybe y'all listen to Dr. Claude.
Right now, we do not have not one single black community in America. All you got are black neighborhoods. A neighborhood is where you eat and sleep. A hotel is a neighborhood. And some of these neighborhoods has gotten so bad now, they're not even neighborhoods anymore. Crime has gotten so high, they ran the neighbor out. All you got left is a hood. That's why they call it the hood. Nothing left in there. They don't have any communities. A community must have three elements. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can produce jobs, services, goods, products, and resources for your own people. Two, the second thing you must have in there, you must have a code of conduct, saying this is how we're going to behave. Here's how we're going to love and support each other, appreciate them, care about them, protect them. And lastly, you must have politicians elected to office who will represent you first and foremost. You don't put black folk in public office that will look out for everybody else before they look out for you. If you don't have those three things, you don't have a community. You don't have.
What did he say? You got to have an economic structure. You got to have family to do that. He expounds on that in his book. Before you can have the economics flowing properly, you got to have a husband and a wife. That's what you got to have. So back then, when we had little neighborhoods and communities, we spent money in our own communities. Again, when the women were babysitting, while you could go work somewhere for a little while, You paid that woman. She got paid. When she needed something from y'all, you might have been growing vegetables. So then she in turn paid you. So we bounced our money within our community. You needed your dress. She was a seamstress. You babysitting her kid. You paid her some kind of way through the barter system where you pay the cash. This is how we worked. We stopped doing this in the 70s and 80s because we tried to replace the man with Mr. Cartwright. So Mr. Cartwright started giving you benefits. Get rid of your man. If you got a man, we ain't gonna give you this. If you doing it the way that's gonna help your community, we ain't gonna give you no benefits. You're gonna do it our way. But you'll never be Mr. Cartwright. You'll never be Mrs. Cartwright. That's what y'all don't y'all see right now. You've been taught to think in the immediate. You don't think, hell, most of y'all don't think a couple of months away. At best, you think a couple of months from now. That's why most of y'all, when y'all go on these little quote unquote vacations, you ain't even paid for it. Y'all scamming and scraping and not paying bills up until the last damn minute because you didn't have the foresight to say, hey, let me pay on this over the course of a year or two, and then I'm going to work towards it. Because y'all don't want to work. You don't want to earn nothing. You're entitled. Entitlement is somebody giving you something just magically happening for free. When you earn something, is a different. That's what our grandparents understood when they took their vacations, and they took it as a family. They earned it. They worked and saved for it. That's not what you're doing today. You're scamming. You're hustling, selling coochie. You're dangling coochie, trying to be sugar babies. All kind of scams. No, V, you don't know what you talking about, man. No, my mama ain't sold no coochie. Your mama is a hoe. How many times RBN got to say that? I need that clip too. And your grandma ain't wearing no drawers. Shout out to the Real Bravado Network. Am I lying? What's that? Amanaz is still in the chat. She what is it? AA American Airlines has a website where you could pay on cruises over time. And it's not really expensive. I know a lot of her cruises she did like that. And then by the time she got ready to go, that shit was paid for. That shit was paid for, and she had spending money in her pocket. That ain't how y'all rolling. Y'all don't roll like that because you don't have foresight. And you're entitled. Am I wrong? See, the truth hurts, and y'all think anytime somebody's telling the truth on you, you think somebody's trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you. You're about to run off a cliff. I'm screaming at you. Don't run off the damn cliff is what I'm saying to you. We see where it's got us. But entitled. You want to be the boss or something. That's why all y'all love that word boss. Even the young men, you got the young men saying it. I can't stand when somebody calls me boss man. Stop saying that shit, you goofy ass young dudes. Hey, boss man, can you say sir? How about say sir? I come into your restaurant. The little dude at KFC always says that. Hey, boss man, boss man. Stop saying that nigga shit. Ninja talk. How about say, hey, welcome to KFC, sir. How can I help you today? Or welcome back, sir. How about saying that? That's the difference between Chick-fil-A and KFC. That one difference allows Chick-fil-A to make more money than KFC. Just that one difference right there. Believe me. Believe me. Y'all don't be listening to me. Remember, I did customer service and sales and marketing all of my adult life. I'm not just saying this because I have an opinion. This has been measured. That's why Chick-fil-A does it. That's why McDonald's used to do it. It's a reason why you're nicer to your customers and you're polite to your customers. They're going to spend more money. That is a scientific fact.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Because a lot of you haven't learned anything, you don't know nothing, you ain't never did nothing. A lot of what I say to you seems foreign, and it's really just common sense if you ever worked anywhere. That's why I keep punching y'all in the face, man. You're slow. You ain't did nothing. You don't have no experience. And when people with experience try to tell y'all stuff, you get offended. You get butthurt, as the young people say. Right? You want to run from the truth. You want to skedaddle every time somebody tries to tell you something for your own good. Right? We're talking about here. I mean, and if y'all have ever watched Star Wars, if you understand the the universe, the culture of Star Wars, Order 66 isn't just women, fellas. Order 66 is you men too.
Execute Order 66.
Y'all all participating and being manipulated by Palpatine, aka Jim Crow Joe. All y'all being manipulated. You're too slow. And he go right up there in front of y'all every 4 years and give y'all something for free. And what do y'all start doing? Y'all start doing embarrassing ninjas and shit. Uncle Joe gonna give us something. He gonna give you some catfish nuggets, and he gonna bring out Jim Clyburn from South Carolina, the shuffle for you. Y'all love being entertained, but when the champ come around, y'all won't even
Acknowledge me.
I'm telling you the truth. So this whole mythology of yesterday and in today's world, there was no point in time where the vast majority, I'm saying 95% of women in this country have always worked some kind of way. School teachers was a popular job back then for women. It was part-time. It really still is meant to be part-time. But y'all lying ass school teachers want to make it seem like all of a suddenly y'all making $100,000 a year. But just a few years ago, y'all was complaining teachers don't get paid enough. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. See that $50,000 you get paid, you're only working what, 9 months out of the year? 9 months out of the year? That's not a year's salary. So adjust. You got to make your 50 spread out over the course of a year for them 2 or 3 months that you don't get paid. That's why a lot of y'all go get regular jobs. You'll see your child's teacher up in Walmart bagging groceries, or working some driving Ubers now and working part-time jobs. because it's never meant to be a full-time job. You were supposed to have a husband. You wasn't supposed to have a bunch of single teachers. You're supposed to have a husband. Because it takes two. It always took two. Go watch that video. I highly recommend it. I was going to download the clip, but it's not a clip. I've been looking for a clip, and I may have to clip it up myself, but it's an hour long. I can't play that on here. I don't think I can. I have to check with one of my advisors on that kind of stuff, Death Note or Amanaz, who may know better than I do. Whether I could play a 50-minute clip. I don't think y'all will watch it even if I did play it. It's fascinating. Fascinating. Them 9 kids, that was common during the silent generation. It was a black woman on there picking soybeans who also had about 9 kids. But the difference between her and the white woman, she was a single baby mama. She was a single baby mama. Now, y'all probably wondering, how is that? How could she be a single baby mama during that time period? Because, see, those migrant workers, those men were going from city to city, state to state. So her little fast ass probably was making babies with the migrant workers. She wasn't making babies with nobody from her own town because they would have been forced to get married. See that hoeing? She probably was selling coochie. That was going on back then. Just like it's going on now. Your grandmama was a hoe. Your grandmama ain't had no drawers on. She got 9 kids. Them drawers was constantly coming off. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Because you think them men that was working out in them fields for 12 hours a day and all of that quality of life was coming home fucking the shit out of you? No, you was getting about 5 minutes and they was nutting and rolling the fuck over. So that wasn't satisfying some of them women. So they had multiple women. So soon as the one man got his nut, she was on to the next one. Stop acting like y'all don't know how this game go. That was your grandmama. And then you wonder why your aunts and your uncles don't all look alike? I guess you think that's air you're breathing. I guess that you think that's air you're breathing. Damn! Y'all slow. In today's world, right? We only got hoes today. We only got sluts today. We only got loose, fast-ass women today. Right? Right? Boy, I be wanting to say things, but it'll get too raw up here. And y'all will think less of me if I tell y'all some of the things I know. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not going to do that. I really don't see that much benefit. One day I might. One day I may have a different opinion than I have now, and I'll really share my unfiltered thoughts with y'all and tell y'all some of the things I know. Trust me, you don't want to know some of the shit I know about what these women do. You don't want to know. Trust me. It's worse than you can imagine. Trust me. You don't want to know. So, but y'all love them. My grandmother was a sweet old lady who ain't never did no harm. And all she did was go to church. Okay. Believe that if you want. Believe that if you want. And then y'all watch Color Purple and want to talk shit about Mr. And y'all claim y'all want a high value man. Well, guess who was a high value man? Mr. Mr. would be a millionaire in today's world, owning all of the land that he owned. Yeah, see, y'all like to look at it from one perspective and not the other. Can't tell y'all nothing. Man, hey, man, let me check with the chat, man. I kind of got, what we got? Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call your attention to center stage. Are you ready? Are you ready? My Michael, what is his name? Michael Rucker. Get my Michael Rucker voice going on here. Let's get ready to rumble. We got Death Note in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for the one and only God here. This legal assassin is in the house. Death Note checks in. Let me see if I can read his long ass talking shit. My man, my best friend, says, "What up, Almond Eyes? I am over here coding." I'm glad he said that. Oh, thank you, Death Note, for saying that. I'm gonna talk about that 1 second. He says, "I'm over here coding." You just know I had to comment when he said, "Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is him? I ain't got no name." Shout out to Bernie Mac. Fuck is him. Him said, "We can't have no milk and cookies." He said he don't like being called boss man. I don't. I hate that shit. I don't like that country ass ninja talk. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I did customer service for too long. I did fast food for too long. And I taught against that. I taught professionalism because I saw the effect it had on customers and how they would spend money. And I always wanted to increase sales in a restaurant. Calling people boss man impacts your sales negatively. Talking to people, you're a young man, I'm an older man. Show some fucking respect. How you doing, sir? Ma'am. How may I help you? My pleasure. All of the things that Chick-fil-A does. I used to teach that in the 90s. Yeah, I really don't like that shit. It's very offensive to me. Hold on. Let's see. Death Note always wanted to distract me, fucking asshole. Let's see. Him downstairs. I gotta get make that clip for me, man. Send that shit to me. Him downstairs. I don't like that shit. It's what it reminds me of. It's all good, boss, man. Yeah, that's exactly what they won't greet you. I got this is a pet peeve of mine. Again, I did fast food for 15 fucking years. I was an area supervisor with McDonald's. Top 25, under 25. Many years. I was very, very good at what I did. And I went into stores to fix them. And that was one of the things I used to observe, how your cashiers interact with the customers. Another thing I hate is when they put ugly bitches on the registers in the front. Stop doing that shit. Put them bitches in the back on drive-through. You got the cute girl in the back, real fine in the back, and you got the ugly ones looking like linebackers and shit up in the register. Can I take your order? Man, get that bitch, put her in the back window. That matters. Same thing with the men. Don't put no gorilla looking dudes on the register. Put your nice looking young men up front. The young men who know how to speak well. Them other ones, put them niggas in the grill. Fuck we doing here? That shit matters. You don't go to damn what's that? Hooters and ugly girl come ask you to take your order. They don't do that. They don't put the most non-speaking person being your waitress at Applebee's. Can I take your order? Come on. So there's some thought that goes into this somewhere. V, you discriminating. You goddamn right. Put Big Shaquella And I used to have a girl. She was actually a cute girl. She was big as shit. She was about 300 pounds. This is in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Her name, we used to call her Shaq. She was huge. Prettiest face, though. This girl had the prettiest damn face. And her boyfriend, this dude named Kevin. Shout out to Kev Conyers. God damn, I still remember that. Kevin was skinnier than me that I am right now. I'm about 170 pounds. I'm skinny. I'm like high school weight. This nigga was about 150 pounds messing with that 350-pound girl. They look like what Kevin Samuels call them. They was a 10 couple. They was a perfect 10. He looked like the one. She looked like the O. Oh man, y'all. Ooh, woo. See, this is why Death Note, man. He be instigating me. It's my ninja. It's my ninja. I think we do it to each other, man. I be getting him riled up sometimes too. I love getting Death Note riled up and he go the fuck off, man. That shit, I just sit back and watch. That shit be funny. That shit be funny. Oh man. What Amina say? She said Hooters had, and wait a minute, she must have finished it on the next one. Great wings. That's what you tried to say, wings? You must be driving. Where you at? No Diddy. No Diddy. Y'all funny, man. But yeah, you're right. Hooters, you said had, like Hooters ain't still around. Hooters still got good wings. I ain't been there in forever. But yeah, they got good wings. Got good wings. Good wings. I used to have a fetish for Hooters. I ain't gonna lie. I found it sexy as shit when a woman with large breasts will wear them t-shirts. Ooh, I love them Hooters t-shirts, man. That was I ain't never really been into that role playing, that dress up shit. But it's certain dress ups that I do like. In the Hooters uniform, I love that. You could buy that shit too, by the way, in case you didn't know. I done bought a few in the past. No Diddy. I done bought a few for women in the past. South Boulevard and the West Trade downtown, I believe, is still there. I think I seen it the other day. They might have moved it, but it used to be there. Anyway, you can buy the uniform. Don't ask me how I know what I know. I just know a lot of things. Don't judge me. I know things. Trust me, you can buy the uniform. Okay. And they actually had the little thongs that the girls wear. That was actually a Hooters thong. It was an orange Hooters thong. I done bought a few of them uniforms, man. Don't judge me. No Diddy. Don't judge me. Anyway. And they don't sell them in big girl sizes. I'm sorry. The largest you can get that shirt is a large. They don't make extra large. The longest that t-shirt comes is a large. And you gotta have some weight, some weight on your titties to wear that large now. I know my ex-wife had big titties and shit. She had a medium. So I could just imagine the titties that got put in that large one. Woo! Shit. Uh-oh. Everybody started coming in late, man. Wait a minute. Y'all about to get me amped up. Y'all about to get me going here. Y'all know I feed off the crowd because, I love the people, the millions and millions. I love y'all. We got my brother from another mother, my man from the bricks in the house. Y'all give it up for Ant. Ant just walked in the door. He is here. Ant is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, glad to see all y'all doing well today on Sabbath day. But yeah, you're right. Amanaz. I used to go to that one on South Boulevard. That was my little date routine. That was one of my little date spots. Back in the day, I used to hit that ABC store that was across the street. I would go to the Hooters, and then we go to the movie theater. That was my little triangle right there. That's how I used to make it work. And then after that, I ain't gonna tell you what happened after that. But I had a couple other stops after that, Had a couple of stops after that. I used to spend a lot of time. I never lived on the south side of Charlotte, but I always worked on the south side. So I had a lot of little spots down there that I used to frequent, on the south side. That's my stomping grounds too. Yeah, man. So Death Note reminded me he's coding. Amanaz is gonna love this, right? Listen tight, y'all. Listen up. She always asks me, how these ninjas always got time to be on a podcast all day, every day, 8 hours a day? How they got time to do that? Because that is a sign of low quality men. Higher quality men or higher value men, we don't have time to fuck around. We got other things going on. Now, I think back before I retired, before I got sick, I had full-time job, side hustles, side businesses. I always had some kind of money-making revenue stream coming in. I'm doing taxes. So from January to April, I'm busy. Hell, I would come home and I might have a stack of 5 clients, W-2s already lined up. People got used to me doing their taxes. They didn't have to sit there with me. They would just drop their shit off. And when I would get home, I'm thinking when I was in Albemarle, when I would get home from Wells Fargo, I would have, some of my kids would always say, yeah, Miss So-and-so, they dropped their paperwork off. And I would always have a stack of them. So I would stay up all night doing taxes. I did my graphic designs. I did my photography. That's two different. That's three income streams right there. 4 if you want to count it. I did my business consulting. I did a lot of those on my days off. That was the only time I really could do them was on my days off. Was the business consulting. Know what I'm saying? So men of value, we have our minds are constantly working. We're constantly thinking. Well, and a lot of us don't sleep. We may sleep 3-4 hours a night. We don't sleep. So if you got a ninja who always up on YouTube, he ain't doing shit. And he go to sleep early or he getting his 8 hours, that nigga ain't doing shit. See, I tell y'all ladies, men recognize men. And we know, Death Note right here saying right on. He know what I'm talking about. He know I did it because he doing it. Sometimes me and him be up late together. I know what he's doing. We always thinking. Our brains, goofy niggas that y'all always want to claim all these niggas as high value. They ain't high value. They ain't doing shit. They go to work and they come home. And when they at work, they ain't doing shit. They got a basic ass job, just like their daddies and their granddaddies did. No, my granddaddy he was Bill Cosby. Sure he was. Little ting, sure. The first thing you do when you open up a business, you do what? Anybody know? Somebody put it in the chat. The first thing you do, I'm talking about you make your first customer. What do you do after you get your first customer? Somebody tell me in the chat. I'm going to read. What do you do after you get your first customer? Somebody tell me. All y'all entrepreneurs and business owners and all these, you come from a long line of business owners. You should know what I'm talking about. What do you do when you get your first customer, when you open up your business? Somebody tell me. Anybody? Bueller? 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 Anybody? I'm gonna give y'all a couple minutes to think about this. It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. Really ain't hard. Talk to me. Talk to me, somebody. While I'm waiting on that, for those of you who don't know, it is April 13th, 2024. It is about quarter to the hour, coming up to 4 o'clock here, Eastern Standard Time. You are now rocking with the bests. Welcome to the People's Podcast. I am your host, Ibn Israel. They call me the Cookie Monster. They call me the motherfucking Heisenberg. It is Chef V, the Shogun of Charlotte. Your main man, the People's Champ. Because I say the shit that you can't say. I say it for y'all. So I take the heat off of y'all. Y'all could always fall back and say, nah, I ain't say it. That nigga V said it. It's all good. I give y'all permission. You got permission? You damn right I said it. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. I give y'all the right to do that. Because that's what I'm gonna say. If they ever come question me, you told so-and-so? Yeah, I told him. I don't even know your name. Yeah, I told him. Yeah, I said it. And I'll say it again. I mean that shit. I got you back. The People's Champ, man. I am the People's Champ. Let me check the comments, man. Y'all know I got a lot of things going on. Whoa, wait a minute. Here we go. No, Death Note, it doesn't depend on the business. Doesn't depend. You make your first dollar. What do you do with that dollar? Historically, I ain't talking about in today's world like Danica talking about. I'm talking about historically. What did people with businesses do when they made their first dollar, regardless of that business? Sir. You asshole. Come on, somebody give it to me. Come on. Everybody always claim they worked in business. I mean, I ain't talking about you ran a business out your house. I'm talking about a business, brick and mortar. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We got a winner, ladies and gentlemen. We got a winner. We have a winner. I was waiting for it. I can't be the only one who knows this. Thank you. Oh my God. Y'all, Amanaz gave me hope. Yes. Yes. That's what you do. You put it on the wall. You put it in a picture frame. Sometimes that picture frame is just $1. Sometimes it's the license. If you got to have a license, a business to operate your business, you put it in that same frame. So you'll see the business license with the first $1 in there, or the first $5 or $10, whatever it was. Okay? Historically, that's what used to be done. That's an American thing. That ain't a black thing. Well, again, now you're giving me anecdotal information, Death Note. We're not talking about your anecdotal experience. The question is, historically, what did people do when they made their first $1? Amanaz answered it for you. Everybody ain't Mr. Scrooge McDuck like you, who probably got their first dime framed in your vault some damn place. Everybody don't swim in a vault of gold like we know you do every night. But historically, when you earn, it was a superstition. It was bad luck, or considered to be bad luck, not to do that. Right? And you still see this imagery even in modern times. On TV shows, you see that. The most recent one that I could think of, I'm sure there have been others. Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad. When Walter bought the car wash from the guy with the fucked up eyebrows, that guy had his original dollar when he opened up the car wash on the wall. And Walter took that shit and put it in the soda machine and bought a soda with it because he just didn't like the guy. That was that imagery. That's why he did that. But yeah, at the end, you tried to clean it up at the end. You started off anecdotal, but you usually clutch. So you came in clutch. Others framed it, yes, and put it on the wall because of that superstition. Or they put it in the family Bible. That was rare, but some people did that, particularly in the South. North Carolina, South Carolina. I don't know about any other Georgia or anything like that, but I know in North Carolina, South Carolina, they would put it in the Bible sometime. That was the other place they would do. God damn, you talk too much. What are we? I gotta read all of that. Yeah, I mean, we're now you typing fast. Hold on. Can I read the first one before you give me a second one? Or are they connected? Let me try to read it. Maybe I'm being hasty. Hold on. Let me see what Devin on. He took the time to type this out. That's the least I could do for my best friend. I don't have any sentimental attachment. But again, we're not talking about you personally. We're talking about what most people do. You got to answer the question. So if this was English class, you would be marked wrong for this answer. You're doing what the females do, trying to explain shit. Not talking about you. I'm talking about what people, generally speaking, used to do. But I'll finish reading. Sentimental attachment to the first dollar. Here we go, anecdotal. I was taught to reinvest. Again, that's something not unique to black folk until you cover the costs. And you're also young. That's new information. That's not traditional information. To reinvest the initial investment. The people in that Harvest of Shame video, they can't spell initial and they can't spell investment. They don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I know tons of business owners. Yes, you know tons of business owners today. How many did you know from 1960 who are operating successful businesses in the black community? See, this is what I tell you, young guys, stop talking. Listen. Chew the meat, spit out the bones. Love you, but try to learn something I'm trying to teach you. Because I'm sure I know more business than you do. Because I've done it for 30 years. I'm sure I do. This ain't no dick swinging contest. I mean, even people who didn't necessarily operate in cash at that time, they would always go get a dollar and still put it in the frame, even though they may have not have been necessarily a cash transactional business. It was part of the culture. It was more of a cultural thing than a sentimental thing. It was more cultural, superstitious, if you will, kind of thing. Kind of like throwing a quarter in a wishing well, or over in France putting a lock on the fence and throwing a key into the river, kind of thing. um, but see, and I had this conversation with my son. Sometimes y'all think you're in your limited experience, you know more than somebody who's been doing it twice as long as you. The math doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up. And sometimes you got to have humility to think maybe this guy is right. Maybe there's a chance he knows more than what I know about a particular thing. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe that's the thing. Speed up, old man. Well, I gotta slow down to read your long ass comment, man. You better leave me alone, man. You need a hug or something, man. Something you be antsy in the daytime. I like you at night, man, when you're high and crazy. I don't like the sober death note. I don't like that guy. And now we're going back and forth. You deal with the females. That's what I just said about you. So we're gonna do now. You are. I know you are, but what am I? Come on, man. Really? Come on, stop. 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 I ain't even reading the rest of that comment. I'm moving on. I worked for a variety of Fortune 500 companies over this 30-year period. A variety. I'm not some average dude who was sitting around twiddling my thumbs. I'm not that guy. I did very well for myself during those time periods. And I have experiences you just don't have. I have information you don't have yet. I have knowledge you just don't have. And that's the problem with your generation. Y'all don't know how to be quiet, chew the meat, spit out the bones. Y'all think y'all know more than what you know. You really hadn't done shit. Frankly, to be honest with you, you might have had some success, but just having short-term success, can you sustain it? That's what I told my son. And I tell young men all the time, and young people all the time. Getting shit is easy. Can you keep it? Is the question. I was doing things way ahead of my peers. Way ahead of my peers. I was competing with guys that were 3 times my age and killing them at an early age. These are facts. These are facts. I got the credentials to back it up. President's list every semester. Every semester. Suggest you read my About Me section. So it's on YouTube. That's a snippet of it. I wasn't some regular guy out here. I'm not Jay. I'm not that dude. And I brought people up here who can verify the lifestyle I used to live. I got sick. I don't live that lifestyle no more. I did it. I did a lot of shit that these guys they talk like they've done. I actually lived it. My wife was a stay-at-home wife for 14 out of the 20 years. She was a stay-at-home wife. And I took care of 4 kids. We all know how much money it takes to do that. Kevin talked about it every night. I was doing it. So I may have something to say that may be of value. Maybe of value. And I was sought after. Companies competed for me because I knew people in the industry, in various industries. They would recruit me. But I don't want to make this about me. I'm just trying to give out some information. Now, going back to Danica with the today's world. In today's world, again, it's because y'all really don't know history. People who talk that in today's world shit. They don't know history. They don't have no concept of, and history would be different in certain places. So the majority of blacks, contrary to popular belief from some, is the majority of blacks is in New York City or something, or in New Jersey, Philly. The majority of blacks was always in the South. So what was happening in the Northeast or Chicago, LA, Oakland, those kind of places during this same time period wasn't indicative of what was happening to the general population of blacks. Blacks had success in New York early on. I mean, you could go back to the 1920s, Harlem Renaissance, and that kind of period. Those blacks were doing things up there that blacks in the rest of the country just weren't doing. And that's why I keyed in on to the 1960s coming out of Florida, where the migrant workers were traveling up and down the East Coast. Why didn't they just stay in New York when they got there? If it was such a paradise and blacks were killing the game and having so many businesses, when they migrated from Florida to New York or even New Jersey, some of them did stay. Some of them did stay. But the vast majority of them just kept going up and down that highway every year. That's what the documentary was talking about. So if they had better opportunity, even the white folk, if they had better opportunity, why didn't they do it? You got to ask that question. Why? Gotta. Come on, Defno, really? What are we saying now? Of course you are. So that goes without saying. See, dumb people say shit like that. I'm smart enough to know. Of course you are. You're a very, very brilliant young man. You don't have to say that to us. Anybody talk to you for 5 minutes knows that. Only dumb people run around talking about, I'm smart too. That's what you're doing right now. Stop. Just leave it alone. Stop. Stop digging the ditch, man. You're digging yourself deeper. Just leave it alone. You good. We good. Just leave it alone. But right now, what's happening is this is knowledge versus wisdom. That's why you're getting in your feelings. You don't have wisdom yet. You got knowledge. A lot of knowledge for a man your age. I was you. I thought I knew things I didn't know when I was your age. And 10 years from now, you're going to understand, like, you know what? He was right. That happens to all of us. That happens to all of us. That's the difference between wisdom and knowledge. But you don't have to tell people you're smart. We know you're smart. But stating it, that's what dumb people do. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. Come on, you heard enough of them do that. We've heard Jay do that. Too many times. Too many times. Hey, I added your wrench, by the way. You ain't even acknowledged me. You got a shiny wrench, man. I told you I was going to do it, didn't I? Hey, I got to talk to you, too, because I got to figure out how to give you the administrative rights to the StreamYard. I know you know how to do it. I'm not sure. So here it is, me being humble. I need your help so I can put that in place for you and Amanaz, so that way y'all can do what you got to do in the background. Don't tell me you're on here. I'll call you. I meant to call you. Something funny happened yesterday. I was gonna call you about it, and then I got sidetracked and shit. I'll call you and ask you, let you walk me through it. I'm sure you know how to do it. And you were the first. Well, I asked Amanaz because I know she know a lot of that shit too, but she didn't know it, and I said, you know what? She told me to ask RBN. He probably knows, but I said no. I'll ask Defino. I'll ask my guy. First. So, yeah. But yeah, you got your shiny wrench. Man, I already know we fighting when we see each other, nigga. I know that. What you talking about? We'll fuck you up. I already know that ass whooping coming. I ain't wasting my one good ass whooping on you. Shit, I know you bigger and stronger than me now. Shit, I'm gonna get my ass whooped. I already know that. I done had my ass whooped before. I ain't scared. I'll take that. I talk a lot of shit. Fuck. Can't make this shit up.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
But man, maybe I need to say no Diddy after ass whooping because these niggas today, they take all kind of shit out of context. I put a no Diddy in there, man, because niggas be trying to twist that shit. Try to twist that shit. Whoa, wait a minute. Why would they do that? Somebody they watching me on Facebook, but they send me a DM to ask me this question. Why not just ask whoever you are? Because I really don't know who you are, ma'am. But a lot of people follow me on Facebook that I ain't friends with. Why do they call you the Cookie Monster? She says. I'm not gonna say her name. You could ask that question in the comments, ma'am. It's raw over here. We real over here. Ma'am, that's it, I don't know how to answer that. That's what the ladies call me. It's just that's all I'll say. No Diddy, but that's what the ladies call me. They call me the Cookie Monster, ma'am. Um, that's just what it is. That's just what it is. Now, if you you don't get it. If you know, you know. That's all I can say to you. If you know, you know. You know what I mean? What did Black
I
Dynamite
hope you don't
say?
think that you're going to get any of this cookie.
Now you can hit the sheets of the streets. It don't make me no never mind. Now that's your bag, baby. You can go or you could come. Can you dig it?
Can you dig it? That's all I'm gonna say about that one. Good question, though. Should have been in the comments, not on a DM. We still talking about fucking me up. Wait a minute. I swear that kid gonna be vicious. You gonna Rick James me, nigga? Is that what you gonna do? You gonna kick me across the room? I'm Rick James, bitch. Bow. He gonna Charlie Murphy kick me across the room. Oh shit. He got me in tears right now thinking about that shit. Oh shit. You are communicating a threat, sir. That is not and you doing it across state lines. Don't make me call fucking Fannie Willis on your ass. She'll have you up on RICO charges soon. She might just conclude you in one of her existing RICOs. Shit. Get Fannie on you. All I gotta do is donate to her campaign. She need all the help she can get. She need all the help she can get. Wait a minute. Don't let me change subjects. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's this? Hold on. I'm trying to clear out some of these notifications. Give me a second, y'all. Okay, they going. They be distracting me. What'd he say? She gotta be careful now, man. They watching her ass. He said Fanny too busy getting her fanny packed. Nah, she gotta watch it now. They got the sneaking geek now. They can't even do that. They gotta have burner phones and they should have been doing that to begin with. I don't know why. It just boggles my mind. Y'all prosecute criminals. Y'all know how criminals move. You know criminals be having burner phones and drop phones. Why didn't Fanny and Nate have some burner phones? They using their regular shit. They using their regular shit. Why? I mean, what was it? What was that movie? Deep Cover. Deep Cover with back then it was Larry Fishburne. It wasn't Lawrence yet. He was Larry still back then. Lawrence Fishburne, Deep Cover. 187 on an undercover cop, right? Deep Cover. Your young boys may not ever know what I'm talking about. So in that movie, Larry Fishburne's character asks the white man from the government, why me? Why you pick me? Because your test scores are almost identical to a criminal, is what they told him. Yeah, they were arrogant and we'll never get caught and all that. Yeah. But it's too much information out here in the world and they deal with it on a regular basis. You'd think a cop would know how to steal some shit. You would think. I'm just saying. And not get caught by another cop. Like basic shit. They was just breadcrumbs all over the place. They don't know how to launder no money, nothing. They just willy-nilly out here. And the best lie they could come up with is, oh, I keep the books in my head. We deal in cash. But even cash leave a record. Where the cash go? When they find Nate Cash, because they looking for it. And when they find it, because they releasing everything as soon as they find it. So I have to believe they have not found it yet. When they find it, it's going to be something stupid. Watch. That's why they ain't found it yet. They used to dealing with smart criminals. So they looking right now in all of the normal spots. Somebody will hide money like overseas in a Swiss bank account, in the Caribbean. They looking in places like that right now. That's where they looking for his money. They too stupid for that. He thinks he's smart, smarter than his own good. So this nigga probably got that shit in a Nike Jordan box under his bed. He probably did something stupid like that. Watch. It's going to be something real dumb and basic. Ooh, it's so pretty out here, y'all. Damn, it's nice outside. Carolina blue sky. I just walked out the door. Beautiful day, man. Listen, ladies, let me do a little sidebar, man. Me and Death Note will really appreciate and appreciate this too. If y'all wear sundresses tomorrow, we want to see all the ladies in the sundress, nice little dress tomorrow. Put your flats on. You don't need no heels. Put some flats on. You know, wrap your hair up. Come outside. We want to see y'all. You know, we want to see y'all looking good in a little dress. You know, that's what we want to see. You know. See that the woman who asked me in my DM about being a cookie monster, she ain't never worn no sundress. I can tell. She would have asked that question. She wouldn't even ask that question. 4:15, coming up to 4:15, quarter after the hour. Eastern Standard Time, March 13th. Shout out to my father. My father's birthday was just the other day on the 11th. Rest in peace to the cool chef. That's what everybody knows my father by. They called him the cool chef. Shout out. Rest in peace to the cool chef. Those of you who know, you don't know. I don't know my father well enough to, I can't remember where his food. No, strike that. My father made great chicken and dumplings. Now that I think about that, I don't have a chicken and dumpling recipe. I need one. He made very good. He made the best chicken and dumplings. Um, what else did he do very good? He made a very good turkey. He always made the turkey. Made a very good turkey. Um, because he always made the Thanksgiving dinners. Um, at my grandmother's house, and he did good breakfast. He always would make a breakfast. That was kind of a tradition on my grandmother's side. Um, he didn't do it as much in recent years because he wasn't up north. He was down south, and my father was Muslim, so he didn't celebrate Christmas in his latter years. Um, but he always cooked a breakfast on Christmas morning. You know, when he was around, he would cook that breakfast, and he did a good job. Shout out to the cool chef. I learned how to cook from my grandmother, so my mother's mother. So I didn't really pick up cooking from my father. Now my sister Kalita. Shout out to my sister Devon Kalita Silas. Funny story about her name. My sister's first name is actually the letter I. That um, my uncle Hardy, his name was Louis Johnson. We called him Hardy. Anyway, Uncle Hardy, he always called his mother Irene, her mother Irene, I. So I remember she was like, well, she had just found out she was having a girl. She had nothing but boys before that. My brothers Damien and Torian. So when she found out she just assumed she was having a boy. So when she was having a girl, she said to my uncle, "What the? I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna name her." He said, "Call her I." He meant it as a joke. She really did it. True story. My sister, of course, she doesn't know that story because she wasn't born yet, and it was only four of us in the kitchen when that was being told. So nobody else had told her that story but me. She wondered why. Well, Hardy's dead. Um, his wife is dead, and now her mother's dead. I'm the only one left who knows the story. Like I try to tell my sister, who's in her 30s, you don't know things. I know more than you. I was around before you. There's some things you just don't know. She struggles with that. But my point is, she opened up a restaurant in East Orange, New Jersey. I don't know if it's still running. My daughter Imagine was telling me about it. She was selling empanadas or empanadas, whatever the fuck those are. I don't know where she learned how to do that. I'm assuming that was from my father. Supposedly they were pretty good though. I don't know how successful that business plan was going to be. A black woman selling Hispanic food to who? In an area that has a lot of Hispanics. And I don't know. That would be, I don't know. That's a little strange. That would be like a Mexican trying to sell soul food, open up a soul food restaurant in a black neighborhood and sell specifically to black people. I don't know. Black people buy anything from other people, so maybe that would work. Don't seem like a good business plan to me. What was in Rush Hour? My man Don Cheadle's character. He had the Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. That kind, it's a parody. It's funny. It's funny, but some people, again, they think they know things they don't know. Consulting my brother, who has a master's in business, who's been operating businesses for all of these years. Just run the idea by him, see what he thinks. How he has some knowledge that can help me. No, I'm open. This is why 80% of businesses fail in the first year. 90, what is it? 90 something percent of businesses, black businesses fail in the first 5 years because y'all ninjas don't use your resources. You won't talk to somebody who knows more than you. Y'all always think y'all know more than people, and you don't, and you fail. I'd be surprised if that restaurant is still open. I don't talk to her, so I don't know. I have to ask my daughter. I don't know. I really don't keep up with them. But to me, that's even coming down here, which you tried to do and doing it in Charlotte. We have a large Hispanic population here in Charlotte. Hell, the whole east side of Charlotte is full of Mexican restaurants, full of Hispanics. It's not a good idea. And then she didn't know nothing else about business. You may have a good business idea, but you don't have the knowledge running a business. Running a business. This is the problem with McDonald's. I remember in the 90s, I went up to Oak Brook in Chicago, and same thing with Radio Shack. Went down to Fort Worth. Kind of similar conversations I had. But anyway, McDonald's had success because they pretty much followed the original format that the McDonald brothers set up. Assembly line, everything is measured out, repetitive, over and over and over again. And they did a good job about maintaining their workers. I mean, one of the original fry cooks from one of the original restaurants ended up becoming like the CEO of McDonald's at one point. And McDonald's had adopted that philosophy where nobody could work in a corporate office unless they actually worked in a McDonald's restaurant at some point and had some experience. Well, McDonald's got away from that in the late 80s, going into the 90s, and they started fucking up. The kids who inherited their father's positions thought they knew more than the old men. And they made a lot of bad decisions. And that's why we have the McDonald's we have today. McDonald's used to be the gold standard. And if you wanted to be a better restaurant, you had to be better than McDonald's. So Wendy's actually, they're failing because of the same. They're doing the same thing McDonald's did. Wendy's in the 80s and 90s was special. That was a step above McDonald's. When you went into Wendy's, that was a treat. You were getting better than McDonald's. That's why they had carpet in their stores, and it was more of a restaurant feel than going into just a regular burger joint. The quality was better too. They made everything to order. Wendy's got away from their core principles, and they suck today. Every time I order from a Wendy's, and I haven't done it very much because they suck so bad, it's always fucked up. The last 3 times I've ordered from a Wendy's in the last 5 years, every single time it was a horrible experience. And I've done different Wendy's. I'm not even talking about the same one. We got a bunch of Wendy's. And yeah, me and Amanaz, we don't even go to the one over here by us. We'll drive damn near to the east side to go to that one because that's the better of the ones that are here. But what Amanaz? Well, no, what Amanaz say? Yeah, Dave died. Exactly. Same thing. Well, same thing happened with McDonald's. So when Ray Kroc died, a lot of things changed. And the younger people took over, and they got away from the core principles. I mean, it's like fundamentals. I don't care how great a basketball player is, if they can't. Can you imagine a basketball player in today's NBA that couldn't make a layup? I mean, really. I mean, you got to be able to do the basics. make layups, shoot free throws, be a triple threat, no matter what your position is. These are the fundamentals of basketball. And if you meet somebody who can't do that, it's like, what the fuck? There's no question Michael Jordan practiced layups. He practiced from all angles. Tim Duncan practiced that, his famous jumper, his famous bank shot. LeBron, we know LeBron does. Fundamentals, that's what makes players great. Maybe not in our lifetime, another guy that can shoot like that. You get close. You got Dame Dollar. Dame Dollar shoots. You got a couple of guys who shoot very well. But Steph Curry is just, he was bred to do it. Other guys were bred to do it and never accomplished it. That's special. So all of these young guys that go into the gym and all they do is shoot 3-pointers, they don't practice their fundamentals. You can't make a basketball team if you don't practice layups. I'm sorry. You can't do it. You can't do it. You got to be able to make a layup. That's why at the beginning of a basketball game, every basketball game, well, we call it a shoot around now, right? It used to be called a shoot around. It used to be called a layup line. Right? You still see it in high school and college, not so much in the pros. In the pros, it's a shoot around. Where the pros are kind of working on their individual shots or whatever they need to work on right before the game, But when you go, back to high school, junior varsity, Pop Warner level, they don't call it Pop Warner now, but whatever they call it now, they do a layup line before the game. You got to practice your fundamentals in anything that you want to be good at. At some point, you got to go back and review your fundamentals. I remember when I would do spreadsheets. Even though I could do them in my sleep, I would still go back and review basic formulas. Even though I didn't need to, I would just double check every now and then in practice, make a basic spreadsheet instead of trying to make a more complex one. Every now and then, just to refresh myself. Whatever you're doing in life, you gotta should be open. Whatever you're doing in life, you gotta high level positions, and it shows in their work product. The quality of their work shows. There's no what we call craftsmanship anymore in today's world, quote unquote, right? We've abandoned the craftsmanship. That's why a lot of people like to go buy furniture from the do the craftsmanship the old ways, and it's a difference in quality when you see somebody building furniture with craftsmanship versus the IKEA mass-produced method. Okay. Same thing with restaurants. That's why Five Guys makes a better burger than McDonald's does, or Burger King, or Wendy's, because they went back to the basics. We're gonna cut our own fries. We're gonna make burger patties fresh. We're not gonna go with all the frills. It's gonna be kind of no frills here, and it produces a better tasting burger. Right? We used to have a chicken restaurant here in Charlotte, Price's Chicken Coop. Famous for years. If you may still be able to see them if you Google them online, Price's Chicken Coop Charlotte. The picture that'll come up, I took that picture, by the way. Look in the credits, you'll see my name. Van Johnson Photography. Look, the boy been around. But anyway, they were famous and they were very successful. Basics. They made the chicken the same way over and over and over. When no Russian, it was made a certain way and it tasted a certain way. They made their potato salad the same way. And most great restaurants, they have their secret recipe or whatever their recipe is. They don't deviate from it. That's where McDonald's started going wrong. They started changing and trying to keep up with everybody and be a one-stop shop for everybody. Hell, McDonald's is going to be selling cars in the future or something. I don't know. They're doing too much. It used to be when you went into a McDonald's, it was always full. You didn't, in the 90s, you didn't go into a restaurant and never seen nobody sitting in the lobby. I don't care where you were, what state you were in. McDonald's always had people in it. So it's very strange in today's world to see that. Shout out to Danica, Little Big Sis, right? Again, sis, not picking on you. Just trying to educate you. We got to get that verbiage out because y'all use it in places it doesn't apply and you use it incorrectly. In today's world, women got to work. Women have always worked. Always. In today's world, women are more educated. Women have always been more educated. They've always been the most educated compared to the general population. When you look at the percentage, not the total amount. Now, white men may have been total amount more educated at one point, but women by percentage always were more educated, meaning the percentage of women went to college, more women went versus the percentage of men. Men were all fighting wars. Men were harvesting and all of those kind of things. They got paid more money because they were lifting more during those times, you know. New York to down south, you know. New York was an anomaly. It's always been an anomaly. Things were always done in New York that weren't done anywhere else. But if New York was so great and everybody was making so much money in New York, they would have stayed. When they migrated up there, they would have just stayed. Nobody was forcing them to stay. They could have got off the bus and went and worked in the factory. They didn't have that opportunity. Labor laws didn't allow it. They didn't have any place to stay. They couldn't sleep on the streets. As it seemed to be. Those who migrated out of the South into the North, they had to have a hand. Somebody had a boarding house. Somebody had a hookup in a factory. That's how we were able to break in to the North when we started migrating. The second migration is what I'm talking about, out of the South. Right? What does Ant say? Let me zoom in. Hold on. Well, the men across the world, and what Ann says is men also had trade back then. Men always have had trade. That's what the world runs on. It's never changed from the beginning till now. It's always been trade. That's what the economy is. We're talking about trade and goods and services. I got a different skill. You do this for me, I'll do that for you, and we even. That's the barter system. Well, that's just a macro of the larger economy. We've always had that. And I covered that earlier. And the women were doing that. So if I wanted to go be a seamstress or my wife wanted to go be a seamstress, somebody had to babysit our kids. So the woman in the neighborhood who was babysitting kids, we had to pay her, right? But my wife was a seamstress. Or we may not have paid her in cash. My wife may have did some repair her clothes because people couldn't buy clothes, buttons and holes and patches. A lot of that was going on. So my wife did that for her family. She babysit my kids. That was the trade-off. That's how it worked. The barter system. Or you might have been a butcher. Like you think cities like Tulsa, right? Tulsa, Oklahoma. It wasn't just Tulsa, but everybody knows Tulsa. When you did it anywhere there were large groups of people, black people, you had that. Wilmington, North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. It was going on in Columbia, Orangeburg, cities in the South. Rosewood was like that. There were, I mean, if you do your research, these cities were all over the country, and where black people were working independently of white people. We had our own economies going within those places, right? So, you may have been a butcher, you may have been growing chickens, and you're the black, chicken farmer. You would have wanted all the black people went to you. They didn't go to the white people, they went to you. First of all, white people didn't know how to do that shit in the beginning. They had to be taught again. This happened, that was FDR, was the Great Depression, the Great New Deal. These white people had to be given skills because previously they always had black people to do it for them, right? We would labor, they weren't the labor, so they learned these things from us, and so they hired a lot of us to go around to the white people, the white farmers, and teach them skills that previously they had slaves for. The previous generation had slaves for. So then now they had to utilize, or they had to pay, or the government paid the service of the black farmers. Basically, we trained our replacements. We still do that today. We're still doing that today. We're still training our replacements. We'll go down to the Philippines and train them how to do our jobs. And then now that the whole call center is over in the Philippines, or the whole factory got moved over to Mexico because they sent us down there to train them, and we didn't realize what we were doing. No other group of people trains their replacements but black people. No other group of people in the world do it. They say, fuck no, we ain't doing that. If you want it, you get it from us. If you ain't getting it from us, good luck. That's how other groups of people act and behave. Black people, pay them a little extra money, and we'll turncoat and run over somewhere else and teach them people. Same thing with the Mexicans. We always say, oh, these Mexicans, They hard workers and they doing this. And where did they learn to do this? They weren't building houses in Mexico. They were building shit over there. They weren't carpenters and electricians. They came over here and started coming over here in the late 80s and 90s. That's when the immigration laws changed. They got a bunch of us and poor whites to teach them how to do drywall and carpentry. And now they got that skill and they're passing it along through their people and they're boxing us out. We don't do that. I mean, other people don't do that. They don't teach us to do what they do. They learn from us and teach their people our skills and then force us out and box us out. That started in the 80s. Yeah. That's where they got it from. And the government paid for it. I had workers coming over here in the 90s, young Mexican men. And they spoke English fluently, by the way. So that's why I don't buy that. I don't speak no English. Bullshit. These young guys was coming over here in the 90s and they spoke English from Mexico. And I asked one of them. His name was Ricardo Rodriguez. His brother's name was Juan. How do I remember their names? Because my dumbass sister-in-law made a baby with Ricardo. Another story. Trust me, though. So Ricardo would tell me, yeah, they advertised the jobs in Mexico. I said, how did you find out how to come? I was in Monroe, North Carolina at that time. How did you know to come once you got into the United States? How did you know to come here? He told me the whole game. Way back then, he told me the game. He said they got flyers. I said, flyer? No, he said papers. Papers? What do you mean papers? Not flyers. He spoke English, but he didn't know the lingo all the way. Flyers. Flyers? And I got a flyer out of my office. I said, like this? He said, yeah. They said, work here. And they tell us who to talk to, what number to call. So when I got here, when I crossed the border, I let certain people know I was here. They told me where to go. I had to pay for a social security number. McDonald's started cracking down in the 90s when it came out with the I-Verify. When you hire somebody, you got to type their social security number in to make sure it's a clean social security number. When we started using that system, we found that we had one social security number will be working in multiple states at the same exact time. Sometimes in the same city, it might be 100 of them using the same social security number. It'd be 50 Lupes and shit, working for McDonald's or some shit. So that's how they was getting jobs. Now it's a little bit harder, but back then that's what they were doing. Hold on, Ann has a comment. Let's see what Ann says. Hold on. Let's see what Ann says. And they gradually pulled those skilled trade courses, if you want to call it, out of vocational college. Cement mason. Yeah, I've talked about this before. It wasn't college, though. It was high school. Back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, back in that era, we talk about our grandfathers. Well, my grandfather, the silent generation men, right? When they graduated school, they were already a certified brick mason, a certified carpenter, certified electrician, plumber, and they can go right to work into a factory. Now, this wasn't really prevalent in the South, per se, unless you were near a larger city in the South. If you was in the country, you had no resources to this. You had to be near a city in the South Columbia, South Carolina, Orangeburg, a larger town, not necessarily a city, but larger towns. Orangeburg had 5 colleges, so you were able to pick up those skills in high school without going to college, right? Columbia had black colleges, Benedictine Allen. Orangeburg had Voorhees, Denmark Tech, South Carolina State, Claflin, OC Tech, Orangeburg Calhoun Technical College. But in high school, they worked with the high schools. So when these men graduated from high school, they was already working in these factories, in these plants. Same thing up north. They started phasing that out in the 60s, is when they started phasing that out. And in the 70s, they really got rid of it all. And well, they didn't get rid of it completely. They used socialism. They allocated the funds to another group of people. So they took them away from the opportunities away from black men who were using these skills. It wasn't like black men weren't using them. They were actively using them. But black men were using that to move out of the South. They were using that to move into the suburbs, or what they then called the suburbs, and out of the ghettos or the hoods. So take Newark, New Jersey. You're familiar with Newark, New Jersey. So during the time, like you go back to the 50s and 40s and 50s, the black men who had those skills, they were able to go up to Orange and East Orange and buy houses in white communities, right? Same thing in New York, in Queens, in Vermont. So that's why you see a lot of our families migrated out of the projects in Newark, into Montclair, into Bellevue, into East Orange, Maplewood, Irvington. These places have been historically white. You go to Munn Avenue, which separates East Orange and Newark. That's the border. You look at them buildings, they're run down today. But those buildings were, who lived in those buildings? Stock workers, people who worked on Wall Street, right? That's who worked in those buildings. Those were very nice buildings. Marble, you still see the marble. And gold, you go into the lobbies of those buildings. Those were very nice buildings. And then we started migrating into them, and the white folks started moving out. White flight. I've talked about that before. White flight, the white people moved out of Newark and into East Orange, and then into South Orange and West Orange, and then they kept moving further out. Short Hills, Milburn, Livingston, and even further as time progressed. Whippany, Morristown, right? And so on. So you just see white flight. And you could see this in any city. New York, you could see this. Chicago, you could see this. Any city, you see the white flight. And they tried to get control of it. So what did they do? When they started building the interstates, they built the interstates right through where we were. Right in the suburbs, which is now the suburbs. And that was to cut black people off. So they got rid of whole neighborhoods that black people had bought previously. 280. 280 is a highway in New Jersey that was built specifically to cut East Orange in half. And it was designed for the white people who had moved further out to get to New York quickly. So look where 280 goes. If you're living in Livingston, you could get right on 10, jump on 280, and in 30 minutes you could be at the Holland Tunnel, right? It goes straight there. 280 connects to 1 and 9. 1 and 9 takes you to the Holland Tunnel, right into New York. It wasn't an accident. It was planned that way. No, they weren't luxury apartments. They were normal. They didn't even call it luxury. It was just normal apartments. It became luxury when we got there because they wanted to charge us a premium versus what we were renting in Newark or previously. But for them, it wasn't considered luxury. They only put the luxury term on it when we got there. It was just standard for them. Standard. Same thing they do here. They run in the same game here in and you're a little bit older than me. So you remember the same shit I remember. But I talk to these old folks, I was raised by them, and to hear the stories they used to tell, it's like, what the hell are y'all talking about? And it wasn't that long ago. It's like, what? Are you shitting me? That really happened? I remember I was on the yearbook team, on the yearbook staff in middle school when I went to VL. Access to the historical pictures. And you get to a certain time period, when you go back and look at the historical pictures, VLD was and I always worked the yearbook, even in high school. Rosella's another one of those towns we migrated to. Hillside. But even in the Vailsburg section of Newark, Weekway, it was an all-white school at one point. Imagine that. Imagine that. Vailsburg Park wasn't built for black people. That was built for white people. That's still a nice park, but that was built for white people. Weekway Park, that was built for white people. Beautiful parks. That's why we had beautiful parks. They weren't made for us. They were made for white people. We benefited from them as time progressed because all of the whites left. Well, now they want it back. They're tired of driving down 280. They're tired of taking the train into the city. They want to be closer. They want to be able to be there in 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Country. It's reversed now. Same thing happens here in South. And it's happening right now in Charlotte. Like, we're in the midst of it. The thing that I'm describing that happened in New Jersey in the 50s, 60s, and 70s is happening here in the South right now. And ninjas don't even pay attention to what's going on. Soon as we get some money, we want to run to where the white people are. And what are they doing? They're coming to where we left. Buying up the land, tearing down the bullshit house, and building two where once one stood. That's what they're doing. I could walk around my neighborhood right now and show y'all 10 new houses they just built. On where it might have been 2 or 3. It's 10 there right now. Brand new houses. Right now. So we want to pay $300,000 for a house because white people live there, and you could have built that same house in your neighborhood for $150,000 and rented the one out next to you, or the one you could have built 2 of them and sold one of them, or rented it out. We don't think long term, but all these ninjas, everybody want to be in real estate. Everybody's doing so well and don't own a goddamn thing. See, that's why me and Def Note really became friends. When we started talking, like in the back chats and stuff, after we would do these live streams, and we had the same mindset. And one thing as a young man, I give him credit for, he's very cognitive of real estate. He owns a lot of real estate down there in Georgia and other places. And he's doing it at an early age, much like myself. I bought my first house when I was 19. down in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Harmonize is saying facts. The people's champ, man. That's what I give y'all. I'll give y'all with it. Let me catch up. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Let me zoom in on this one. Read it. And I don't know if you know, I'm legally blind, brother. You got to bear with me. Death Note was fucking with me earlier when he was calling me an old man, telling me to hurry up. He know I can't see. Little bastard. He gonna fuck me up when I see him. No, I know he is, but it's all good. He says, Ant says, talk about that all the time. I talk about that all the time. We never cultivate, good word, our own communities. Well, because we don't understand what community is. So I'm going to keep playing it. The Dr. Claus
Right now,
said.
we do not have not one single black community in America. All you got are black neighborhoods. A neighborhood is where you eat and sleep. A hotel is a neighborhood. And some of these neighborhoods has gotten so bad now, they're not even neighborhoods anymore. Crime has gotten so high, they ran the neighbor out. All you got left is a hood. That's why they call it the hood. Nothing left in there. They don't have any communities. A community must have three elements. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can produce jobs, services, goods, products, and resources for your own people. Two, the second thing you must have in there, you must have a code of conduct, saying this is how we're going to behave. Here's how we're going to love and support each other, appreciate them, care about them, protect them. And lastly, you must have politicians elected to office who will represent you first and foremost. You don't put black folk in public office that will look out for everybody else before they look out for you. If you don't have those three things, you don't have a community.
Let's give it up for Dr. Claude Anderson, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for the man. Round of applause, man. Round of applause. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. He's been saying this for at least 30 years, 40, I think, that I know about. I learned about Dr. Claude Anderson when I was in college, so 40 years. Oh, no, 30 years. 1994. I remember I was on my way from Orangeburg to Columbia, and he got in, Al Sharpton was on the radio. He had some kind of radio show host, and they were syndicating it on the Big DM. 101.3 Big DM. Shout out to Curtis, my main man, Curtis. Anyway, they were playing the clip. Dr. Claude Anderson got in Reverend Al Sharpton's ass. And he gave this example way back then of Monopoly. I'm going to try to find a clip of him giving this, using a Monopoly analogy. He said, that's what it's like. Racism is like here. It's like they've been playing the game of Monopoly, and they didn't let us start playing until after all of the money was gone and after all of the property had been bought. So what can you do? All you could do is go around the board, hope you collect $200, and hope you don't land on somebody else's property. You will never win the game. He said, that's what black people are doing. And I said, whoa, I had never heard nobody say that back in 1994. So I started researching, and what you ain't had no internet in the form that we have today. Google didn't yet exist. The search engines weren't what they are today. We had Netscape, but it wasn't like it is today. But I found him, and I've kept up with him ever since. And he has very good books that I recommend everybody should read. Everybody should have these books, a copy of them in their house. Everyone. Fuck getting your passport. Buy these books. If you don't read them, somebody else will. I don't even have no copies of them no more because people always steal them. Every time I buy books, people steal my books. Book and I'll loan it. You know. Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth. All kind of books he's written. Read them. Read them. Let your kids read them. Especially your kids in high school. They got to do book reports. Why are they going to the library? You should have a library of books in your house. Go to my Instagram. If you don't have me on Instagram, add me on Instagram. I've been using my community tab the same way here. I share books with y'all that are must buy books. I'm not just sharing them with you for the hell of it. I'm sharing them because you need this book in your life. Whether you read it or your kids read it, you need to have it in your fucking house. And I other people, I share books that are fucking necessary for you to know. Everybody, I know. That's the millennials. That's the Zoomers. I fussed at my son about that. I bought this nigga the book, 48 Laws of Power. Oh, I already read it, Dad. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't read a goddamn thing. If you read it and you understood it, you would start applying some of these principles in your life. The way you're moving, you ain't read shit. Tell that shit to somebody else. I know. I can't stand when my son does that. Don't know. This way all the time. It's how I speak to my kids. Now I got two adult kids. One gets it, the other one doesn't. One is doing better, the other one isn't. It's not an accident. Everything I say ain't gonna sink in, but you get enough of what I say, and it's gonna benefit you. And they too busy trying to, and they learn this from their silly ass mamas. I was trying to make this a show where I don't talk about the hyenas, the sisterhood, but the sisterhood has taught these kids to always look for what's wrong. Quick to say, ain't nobody perfect, but yet they're breeding their kids with their ideology. If you make the least little mistake, you can discount everything this person says. Everything they ever say is worthless because of this one little fault that they may have. That's how they're raising these kids. So now these boys have grown up this way, and now they're in their 20s, and I don't want to listen to you because you made a mistake once. We all make mistakes. It's about who learns from their mistakes and overcomes it. That's what they don't learn because, as my son asked, we need to take a foot out his ass. I said, you ain't had a foot in your ass since you was 14 years old. That's why you fucked up. That's why you fucked up. Not because the foot is in your ass, because it ain't in your ass. You don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's like growing up with them old people, and you just got the shit smacked out of you for saying the wrong thing. You could have mumbled the wrong thing to them old folks, and somebody smacked the shit out of you. And you might not necessarily know who smacked you. Your mother came out of that kitchen so fast and smacked the dog shit out of you. She heard you mumbling some shit. They didn't live in that world we lived in. So they think when you say something they don't like, you're hating on them and you're hurting them and all of that shit. The fuck out of here. And then guess who co-signs that shit? The sisterhood. Because what I got in my son's ass slightly the other day. Oh, you're so hard and you're so wrong. But y'all bitches behind the scene is calling me about him. Do something. Well, if you didn't fuck with it 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I was telling y'all what was happening, he would be better now. But now he's fucked up and y'all want me to rush in and save the day. Get the fuck out of here. You're on his own. The fuck out of here. And I ain't the only man who got this story. We all got this story of y'all interfering because y'all want to be bosses. Y'all want to be in charge. And y'all want to parentally alienate men. But you did at the same time, you want to complain men ain't helping. Well, you want us to help. That means step the fuck out the way and let us do our jobs. Here is how we do it. We don't need y'all to tell us how to do it, because if you could do what we do, you wouldn't need us to do it. Ooh, don't get me going. Don't get me going on y'all. Hold on, what Ann say? Or you couldn't fuck saying something. Who the fuck you looking at like that? I know you ain't just roll your eyes. I know you ain't smack your lips. My grandmother would say that in a minute. Smack your lips off your face. I'm like, I ain't even say nothing. Or I didn't realize what I had said was disrespectful. Or I looked funny. And let alone walking off. You couldn't walk off while no older person was talking to you. When we was kids, they'd kick you in your ass. Try walking away disrespectful. Because see, their mamas told. I know my kid's mother told, well, when you don't want to hear what your dad got to say, just walk away and go in your room. I told my daughter, try that shit with me, and I'll rip that fucking door down. I said, your mother did that to put you in harm and to weaponize you against me. That's disrespectful. You don't walk away from me in my house if you think you're going to, and then eat my food and sleep in my house. The fuck you aren't. The fuck you aren't. But that's one of the ways, ladies, y'all claim this ain't happening. That's one of the way the sisterhood weaponizes their kids. That's parental alienation. You're teaching your kids at an early age. Daddy is not to be respected. Where I don't even have to stand there and listen to what he has to say. But y'all take y'all asses up in church every day, right? We're going to have a little church right now, huh? We're going to go to, it is Sabbath day. I got to give y'all some of the word, right? God don't play that shit. God says, he who won't even listen to the word is an abomination. If you won't even listen to the word, you become an abomination that way. Your prayers won't even be answered. Hello. Was the God not make man in his own image? Or am I wrong about that? Was man not made in God's image? So my father was that way, Christ said. When they asked him what his father looked like, they asked Christ when he was walking the earth. Well, if you've seen me, you know what daddy looked like, don't you? Or are y'all slow? I'm paraphrasing for the ninjas in the back on the left side of the church who don't understand this, but they go to church every fucking Sunday. Hello. See, I need to pray in church, but y'all won't pray with me. I need to participate in church, but y'all won't participate. Pastor once said that in South Carolina. Huh? If you know what my daddy thought, you should know what I thought. Because that's back when men raised their sons. And men instilled their ideology on their sons. But see, in today's world, to use that phrase, Danica Marie, today's world, men haven't been allowed to instill their philosophies. We've been overruled because we grew up in a gynocracy. We grew up in a hyena clan. We grew up in a matriarchy. We didn't grow up in a patriarchy like the white women tried to convince black women that they did, that black men had all of this power and was oppressing them. Never fucking happened. Black men have never been in a patriarchy over black women, not even in slavery. The black women were in power. They were used as gatekeepers to keep the other slaves in check. They always did that. Always. And it's the same now. That's why you got your Fannie Willis's. You got your Stacey Abrams. You got your Letitia Jameses. What's the new one? Shakita Maxwell down there in Macon. You got Tiffany Haynard. Ketanji Brown. Kamala, I mean, y'all, am I the only one paying attention? Why do you think them heifers was put in their positions? Because they were smart, because they had so many credentials and experience, because they actually earned their positions? Absolutely not. It's because they was mammies. They was big black women who was going to show out and tell everybody off with her sapphire neck, like Judge Joe Brown calls it, her serpent neck. Talking about Fannie G Money Willis, right? Shout out to Dana, the real Dana, and Judge Joe Brown. Good content. Y'all been on fire lately. Shout out to y'all. Love y'all. Dana, I believe, is from Jersey. But Dana, if you listening, I know you watch me too. A lot of y'all watch the champ. I know. If you listening to me, stop cutting off the damn judge, bitch. I mean, call you and talk. Because you cut him off and he be in the middle of saying some good shit we want to hear and you fuck it up. And the shit you be saying be goofy. You know how them Jersey women are. Anyway, me and Aunt know how they are. Me and Aunt know. All right, what did he say? Aunt says something. I done got hot. These children today. No, wrong. They do have respect. It's just not for you. They have respect for their mama. That's the way they were bred. That's the way they were bred to be. They have respect. Just not for us. They don't respect us. So we gotta make sure we say it correctly. Because we don't want to do what the normies do and just say things that ninja talk. That's ninja talk. They have respect and humility, just not for us, black men. That's all poured.
Execute Order 66.
That's what that is.
Execute Order 66.
That's what that is. That's Order 66. It affects our children too. How do I know this? Because when they go to work at Chick-fil-A, they got respect and humility. Never. But they'll freely say it to you. And their kids learn that behavior from them. See, black women think, well, I ain't never taught my kid that. They don't understand what you teach your kid is more than your words that are directed at them. It's your actions. It's the things that you think they're not watching that they actually see. And they're seeing your disrespect for other black men or your lack of respect. Not even active disrespect, but your lack of respect. Hello? Somebody in the church hear me? Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Y'all gonna run up at church tomorrow and get past the pork chop and Deacon Clap Cheeks $5. You're gonna put your $5 in the collection plate to help pay for their Cadillacs. Why was it? Every preacher got a Cadillac. Or now a Mercedes or BMW. That's where that comes from. But y'all won't send the champ $2 for my pure leaf tea to my cash app. I can't get $2 from y'all. And y'all listen to me sometimes 7 days a week. I got content for your ass. I got 1,000 live streams available to you 24 hours a day. I'm giving you more than your pastor giving you. Won't even send me $2. Unbelievable. And I'm telling you what the money is for. They ain't telling you. I'm telling you, it's going straight to the Pure Leaf Tea Fund. Yeah, so they got respect. It just ain't for you. They respect the white man. No matter what the white man is doing. The white man could be sweeping the floor in a building, and they'll give that white man more respect than they give their father or another black man. Aminaz says amen. Huh? I'm making this a V. No, V, you exaggerating. It ain't that bad, V. It ain't. I can't even get y'all to like my shit here. I can't get y'all to share on your socials. It's all free. You won't do nothing free for me. Some of y'all. Y'all go to one of these ninjas content and be on their panel or be in their chat. You're dropping $50 so you can be seen. It's like you throwing tips at a stripper. That's what you're doing. Y'all like strippers. That's what these niggas. Y'all gay as hell. Talking about P. Diddy gay and who he was fucking. Hey, you a billionaire. You could fuck another nigga in the ass. No Diddy. That's your prerogative when you're a billionaire. And the motherfuckers liked every minute of it because they kept going back. The ones who didn't go back, we ain't hear from them no more. You don't hear from Mace too much no more, do you? Mace said he wasn't with that shit. Terry Crews was dancing and shaking his ass all over the place after that nigga grabbed his dick. Right? Are y'all missing this? You think that was a regular dude that grabbed his dick? No, that was a billionaire that probably grabbed Terry Crews' dick. I'm willing to bet on it. They've been doing that since slavery. That's what breaking the buck was. That's what sagging the pants was about, meaning you was broke. They had been used to doing that. Nigga balls was a delicatessen at the time because they believed it would give them, like oysters, it would give them sexual prowess if they ate the balls of a ninja. Y'all didn't know that? Huh. It was a delicacy. It was a delicacy. Y'all don't know. I'm sure you can get them undercover. I mean, in the black market today. I'm sure this is still going on. Y'all think in today's world is so different. Then explain how 1 million black men a year disappears off out of this country. They just vanish. They ain't in jail. They ain't in the morgue. They just vanish. 1 million black men. Where do you think those organs are going? Those body parts are going? They using like a pig. They using every inch of us. They sell it to somebody. Somebody eating something. And then y'all ain't ever seen Hannibal? I ain't talking about Silence of the Lambs. I'm talking about his own movie, Hannibal. He schooled y'all on some shit. Y'all better go back and watch that movie. Go back and watch that movie. Femi asked me earlier on a comment, what was Skynet? I'm like, baby, they've been making Terminator movies for the last 30 years. You don't know what Skynet is? You ain't never seen the Terminator movie? So that means you watched the Terminator movie in recent times, because they just made one like 3 or 4 years ago. They just made one like 3 or 4 years ago. You watch these movies and you don't understand what they're talking about in the movie. What are y'all watching? You don't have to watch the original Terminator to understand computers from the future took over the world and is killing humans. That's the premise of all of the movies. That's AI. But y'all think AI is just going to be flipping burgers and dumping French fries. AI is going to take over everything. We've been predicting it for 30 years. In every scenario where AI is involved, there is no good scenario. Not even in Minority Report. That's the best one. And that shit was fucked up. See, TV is called programming. They called the TV shows a program in the beginning. Listen to that. What was it doing? It was programming you to think of. That's what the program was. And over time, if you see enough, marketing teaches you this. If you see enough things over multiple times, you start to believe it's true.
Execute Order 66.
Programming. Programming. So they've been programming you. Think about the pandemic. It's always 10 to 20 years behind, sometimes 30. But on average, it's 10 to 20. Go back to the year of my birth, 1976. What movie came out? Any not talk. You know what movie was the most popular in 1976? Don't Google it either, you cheating ass. What's the most popular movie in 1976? You at? You should know this. You older than me, shit. Well, now we Def know that. We ain't coding that much. He probably sleep because he do a lot of work. Shout out to Def Note. Shout out to Def Note, y'all. Monitoring. Oh, Aminad said AI is already monitoring y'all YouTube, baby. AI is monitoring us as we talk. You and I was talking the other day. Damn, what was it about? Can't remember. Something obscure we was talking about. Sure enough, when I get back to my phone later on, I got advertisements coming up about that thing we was talking about. I can't remember. Krispy Kreme. It might have been Krispy Kreme. We wasn't online. We was talking in person. We was in the kitchen talking in person. I might have had my phone in my pocket. Your computer was on in the other room. I'm sure it could hear us. It captured that. And sure enough, I started getting advertisements for Krispy Kreme. I ain't on no mailing lists. I ain't searched for Krispy Kreme ever. Sure enough, I got advertisements marketing Krispy Kreme to me from you and I's conversation. Aminaz also says, was it Star Wars? You are absolutely right, my man. That wasn't Aminaz. That was it. Let's give Ann a round of applause. That's that old school knowledge coming in, sir. I appreciate you showing your age, young man. Appreciate you showing your age. Yes. Ann answers the question. I come to Jersey, I'll buy you some White Castles for that, man. Yes, he's absolutely right. It was Star Wars. 1976. What was Star Wars famous for? What was the fascination with Star Wars? Space travel and lasers. The laser sword, Han Solo's laser gun. Everybody was fascinated with that. 10 years to 1986. What happened? What happened? What did the government implement? And says he remembers clear as day going to the movies. Yeah, I remember the movies, going to the movies too as a kid. What happened in 86? I would have been 10 years old. What happened in 1986? What did the government implement? 86. I'm trying to prove to y'all how programming works. Since they start programming you in 1970s, examples of the future, Orwell and some others, Emerson, but this that was the lasers on the satellites in space. That was 1986. Nobody was scared to death of it. Nobody was like, whoa, wait a minute, what the fuck? No, we had already put that in the consciousness, in the collective consciousness of the world through the movies, programming, TV, right? Right? Right around 96. Enemy of the State by everybody's favorite Will Smith, right? Will Smith came out. Enemy of the State with Gene Hackman. And Gene Hackman is giving us an insight into our government. Star Wars program. But part of that program, why'd they put that satellite into space 10 years earlier, 12 years earlier? Because the communication had to be kept up with. They were running out of space. Gene Hackman warned you. They had underground computers the size of a football field when he was a young man. Now, at the time of the movie, Will Smith's era, he says, I can only imagine what they have. They don't have to tap your phone. If you speak certain words, it's automatically recorded somewhere. That was in the 90s, people. Can you imagine what they got today? And I just gave y'all an example of when me and Amanaz had a conversation in the kitchen. How all of a sudden they started sending those advertisements to my phone on various apps, by the way. I'm on different apps and I'm seeing the same advertisement. Just from this conversation. I prefer Dunkin' Donuts. I even searched Dunkin' Donuts recently because I was trying to figure out what this Dunkin' Donuts around the corner, what time they open and close. So I remember doing that. Never seen an advertisement for Dunkin' Donuts, but I sure enough got one for Krispy Kreme right after that conversation. They got cameras everywhere. And these cameras are fantastic. I sold security systems. Before I retired, I worked for CPI Security, where I sold security systems. And we were selling $600, $700 cameras. The cameras that you could buy on Amazon today for $30, far superior to them $600 cameras we were selling. Even in pitch black, as clear as a bell and in color. And in color. $30. And they record audio. And these cameras are everywhere. You have no idea where these cameras are. Some of these things are as small as a button on your shirt. They could put one anywhere. anywhere. Watch your mouth. Be careful what you say. Learn how to shut the fuck up. I've been saying that. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It ain't just in the court of law no more. See, that was Miranda v. Arizona, right? That shit has changed. You don't believe me? Why did Puffy write that $50 million check? Because anything you say can and will be used against you. How did she do it? How did Casey do it? She made that shit public. He didn't even have. She just accused him publicly of it. They had an NDA and everything. She found a way around that. The floodgates opened after that. All they got to do is put it in a complaint, and that shit goes public. And the court of public opinion starts condemning me. We don't know if Puff Dad really did this shit. All we know is Casey said and other people said. But they was participating in it, right? All right, wait a minute. Let's see. In the feed, yeah, of course. Of course. That's what I'm talking about. Aminaz says, wasn't that much the day she got 13 million? I thought it was 50 million. When he cut the check the next day, she came out with that case, and the next day that shit got settled, and we estimated it was 50 million because she had been asking for 30 before. So I'm sure she didn't settle for 13. He would have been did that. Everybody's been estimated it's at least 50 million. He's a billionaire. 50 million is nothing. They just get rid of the aggravation. But she double-crossed him. I guess P. Diddy ain't pay attention to what Trump is going through with Stormy Daniels. Like Judge Joe Brown, you blackmailed me. Right? I paid you, and you still ran your mouth. That's a crime. Judge Joe Brown just said that shit. That's a crime what Stormy Daniels did. That's a crime what Casey did. But them bitches ain't going to be arrested. Nah, they want to go after the big man. They want to go after Trump. They want to go after P. Diddy. Right? She didn't get 30 million, and then she filed the case, and the next day he settled. You think she settled for less than 30? She was already asking for 30. She could have went to court and got that. Why would she settle? Because he gave her more. People don't settle for less after the fact. You might settle for less before the fact. Then we in negotiations. You want 30? Hey, I'll give you half. I give you 13. I give you 13 tax-free. A lot of people will go for that. She didn't want to go for that. That's why she filed the case. She got more than that. All the experts are saying she got like 50. It doesn't make sense that she would settle for less than 30 when she was trying to get 30 in the case. Why settle it? Why not just roll the dice? She got that money. She got that money. She got it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that she couldn't prove it. He thought she could. That's what matters. That's why he paid her anything. If she couldn't prove it, he wouldn't have paid her a dime. If he had a Lockhart case and moving it the other way, he didn't. Whether she was lying or not. Same thing with Stormy Daniels. Now he finds this damn letter that Stormy Daniels wrote saying they never had an affair. He just found that the other day. Trump did. I know he like, damn, I wish I'd have found that shit earlier. I know I wish I would have found that earlier. No, that's not how it works. People get more than they ask for once they start going to court. You don't go to court to get less than what you asked for. The point of you making that number is to get them to pay you so they can avoid court. When they say no, I will take it to court. He already offered it less. 13 million. He could have wrote that out. He could have cashed after that. A billionaire can cash out 13 million. He could have had somebody drop that off at the house. She got more than 30. Do your research. Look it up. Google, did Casey get more than 13? How much did she get? Google that shit and see what they saying. I ain't just saying it. People usually try to sue people for a ridiculous amount to force them to settle. That used to be how it worked. I'm gonna sue you for $100 million and they end up settling for 10 or some shit, right? OJ, being an OJ just passed. Rest in peace to the Juice. That's what Nicole Simpson's family did. They tried to sue OJ for big money, and OJ's lawyer said, "Let him take you to court. There's no way they're gonna get that much money," and they didn't. They got a much smaller amount than they tried to get OJ to sue for. It backfired on them. It backfired on them during that time in 96 or whenever that was, that civil suit happened. They got less because he had already been found not guilty. Now, maybe if they had tried to do the civil suit first, they might have got a higher amount. But being that he already been found not guilty, they didn't get no money. That family didn't get that much money. Not like they originally wanted. I remember during that time in college where they was trying to sue OJ for a ridiculous amount of money, and they didn't get it because their timing was off. Their timing was way off. Whoever they lawyers are up, fuck that case up. They didn't have Casey lawyers. Casey lawyers, they haven't even been to court. Not once. They have not been to court once. Yeah. Think about that. Them lawyers have sat there at their desk and filed a couple of damn briefs or whatever and got paid. Shout out to Casey's lawyers. Shout out to Casey's lawyers. But yeah, this shit crazy. This shit is crazy. But they prepare you. That's what I was talking about before I went off on this tangent. They always prepare you, TV, for what's coming next, movies. So what happened in the early 2000s? That's where I'm at now. I was around 98. Now we're gonna go to early 2000s. What kind of movies did you start seeing? Where's Ann at? Is he still here? What was the popular movies that start coming out in the early 2000s? Right? After we got rid of space age shit. We passed Independence Day, aliens and shit. We passed that. We're in the early 2000s now. What was the popular movie? I'm an I should know too. Speaking of Hollywood, what was the popular movies? I'll wait. I'll give y'all a couple minutes. We're doing some trivia today. Popular theme in movies, early 2000s. What did we see? What did we see? Kind of movies. Can't make this shit up. We started seeing a lot of virus movies. 12 Monkeys with Bruce Willis. It was a movie called Virus. It was a movie called Pandemic. All kind of those virus movies. Brad Pitt did one. I can't remember the name of that one. Contagion, I think. All kind of virus movies started coming out early 2000s. Flash forward 20 years. 2019, what happens? COVID. It's always designed to prepare you for what's coming next down the road. 10 to 20 to 30 time frame. You want to know what's happening next? Go look at the movies. We had people making video calls, right? We dreamed of that in the early 90s because of Back to the Future Part 2. Do we not make video calls today? We don't have fax machines no more like we used to. So Back to the Future got that wrong. Hell, the Simpsons cartoon has been predicting the future forever, for 30 years, telling us what was going to happen. We ignore these things and they just become almost parody, and we don't pay attention to what's happening. Same thing. What was the movie with Terry Crews? Idiocracy. Fascinating movie. Idiocracy. You haven't seen that movie, watch that movie. Well, where the population becomes so dumb, they're killing themselves. Is that not what the black community is doing? Did I not tell y'all the marriage rate? Once you take away Gen X and above, and you just focus on the millennials and Zoomers, their marriage rate is like 10% nationwide, or smaller in some parts of the country. They're getting married at less than 1 in 10. That's extinction of level events. And we think it's a joke. We going on our girls trip. That's the response. We gonna get our passports. That's our response. 28 days later was one. You're right. 28 days was one too. I just try to get y'all to think about things slightly differently, a little bit out of phase of what the normies do, and you'll start to think, this ain't conspiracy theory I'm talking about. I'm talking about shit that actually happened. This happened 20 years later. This happened. They said it was going to happen. It happened 20 years later. Too many times that has happened. That's not conspiracy. That's not art or life imitating art or art imitating life. Not that. That shit is planning. That shit is planning. And then there's always evidence of it. Like when COVID came out, started getting popular, it was already on the Lysol cans that Lysol, one of the diseases that it killed was COVID. Well, if it's a brand new disease, how is that possible? When these Lysol cans from 5 years ago have been on the shelves, right? We got to start paying attention, people. We can't make this shit up. But because we don't read, we don't pay attention, and we just watch normie programming. I don't understand why anybody our age or younger, and I'm talking to Ant and Amanaz, anybody our age or younger watches fucking regular television outside of watching sports. And I talk to people younger than me who all they do is sit around and watch regular TV. It's like I'm talking to a fucking alien. It's like I'm talking to somebody right out of the movie Idiocracy. Please, somebody, when you get off of here, I done gave y'all two things to watch. Please watch The Harvest of Shame, and please watch that movie Idiocracy. That's what it's like talking to these normies. These are the people that Amanaz complains to me about who are on these panels. She asked me, it's like, like astonished. Like, how would they do it, V? How did they do it? I'm like, when I say to you, Amanaz, you don't listen to me. I tell you these ninjas is goofy. They don't have nothing to do. These aren't high-value men. High-value men don't waste time watching foolishness all day. And let alone participating in it. Now, we like our entertainment. Ant probably resting up today. The man works hard. He gonna tune into the People's Champ. I'm not giving him no foolishness, though. I ain't giving him no foolishness. He ain't tuned in watching The Price is Right. He ain't watching Jeopardy and Maury and all of the normie channels and shit that these motherfuckers watch. Hey? Or am I wrong, Ann? You watch The Price is Right? They don't know shit because they ain't did shit. That's why I can't have conversations with them. My ex-wife used to wonder why I didn't socialize with her sister's boyfriends. First of all, they're too young. They like 20 years younger than me. Second of all, they ninjas. They don't know shit. The fuck we gonna talk about beyond sports, and they don't even know sports. They don't even know sports. Hell, I can't even talk drugs with these niggas. They don't know drugs. Ninja tried to tell me how many different times her brother, how many different kinds of cocaine there was. Nigga, there ain't but 2 kinds of cocaine on the planet. There's light and there's heavy. That's it. You ain't got no 50 million kinds of cocaine like you do weed. Weed grows in strains and they've crossbred it to produce different strains. Not cocaine. Cocaine is light and heavy. Talking to you about no damn drugs. Talking about coke. You know what else these ninjas don't know? They don't know nothing about coochie either. Oh shit. No, V, don't go there, V. You dry snitching, V. You dry snitching on us. They don't know nothing about coochie. What the man say? What Black Dynamite
I
say?
hope you don't think that you're going to get any of this cookie.
Now you can hit the sheets of the streets. It don't make me no never mind. Now that's your bag, baby. You can go or you could come. Can you dig it?
They don't know nothing about the coochie game. They don't know how coochie work. That's why these girls, these hyenas, can run so many games on these ninjas. They don't know how coochie work. They don't get it. Remember that health class? See, Aunt can relate to me. We're around the same age. We had, when we was in school, we had health class was the same as gym class. So sometimes we had gym, sometimes we had health. And during health class, sometimes they would separate the boys and the girls. They would teach the girls stuff, and they would teach the boys stuff. Well, because I like girls, I always ask the girls, hey, what they tell y'all? And I always had a lot of female friends. They would always tell me what was going on, what the conversations was. This is me and Coach. Shout out to the notorious CGA. Coach Greg Adams. Make sure y'all subscribe to the notorious CGA, the free agent lifestyle. Make sure you buy his books. What has he said? He said the same thing I've been telling y'all. A woman can only get pregnant 5 to 7 days during a month. How many times, be honest with yourselves, have you asked a woman, what is your ovulation cycle? How many times? Most of y'all live with a woman, or some of y'all that live with women, y'all don't even know when your girl period coming on. You don't even know what time of month. Is it the beginning? Is it the middle? Your girl gonna have a period around the same time every month. Y'all don't have no clue. Because y'all don't know coochie. You don't know coochie. That's why they call me the Cookie Monster and not y'all. Y'all don't know coochie. Like I know coochie.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
Hold on before I go off on that. What the hell? And jump back in. What does Ann say, y'all? Ann says, my soon-to-be ex-wife, friends, husbands, wouldn't fuck with me because the things, wait a minute, I talk about might get them niggas in trouble. Yeah, me too. See how our stories sound alike? We've never met each other before now. How we got the same fucking story. My wife from fucking North Carolina. Your wife is from Macon, Georgia. How's it the same results? Because women are different, modern women are different. Bullshit. They the same group of women. Same group of ninjas. They don't know shit. Especially these country niggas. They what I call country slick. And they always want to prove to somebody up north, at least they did back in the day, how slick they were. They wanted to always get something over if you was from up north. They wanted to get something over on you. Am I lying? Did they not make a whole movie on that shit? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Eddie Murphy and Lawrence didn't make life. Wasn't that about country people trying to get something over because they thought they was from New York? Oh, you from New York City, huh? Lock them niggas right the fuck up. The upper room where Jesus, Eddie Murphy did that shit. I love that shit. He said, man, if you die before me, Ray, no, I forget what Martin Lawrence, he told Martin Lawrence, Ray told him, if you die before me, I'm going to bust up in the funeral singing upper room. I tell y'all, TV, prepare y'all for things. Y'all be missing it. And I appreciate your contribution, sir. I really do appreciate you, sir. I don't want you to think I don't. I really do. That's why I gave you a wrench, sir. You don't see your shiny new wrench? Everybody, let's give Ant a round of applause for his shiny new wrench. I'm so proud of myself, y'all. I'm giving out wrenches and shit. Amanaz finally told me how to do the shit. And shiny wrenches. Amanaz saying, fuck y'all, my wrench should be gold by now. So I should have a fucking gold or platinum wrench. Why that wrench look like mine? Oh man.
Acknowledge me!
Oh shit. But yeah. Yeah. TV prepares you for the future. There's too many examples of it. You only get one coincidence. Everything else after that is a pattern. Patterns are purposeful. That requires intelligence. Patterns don't appear naturally. Certain patterns don't appear naturally. Right? You don't see that. Patterns, on a basic level, you'll see nature create patterns. But complex patterns don't happen naturally, is a better way of saying that. It's by design. That requires intelligence. And that requires thought, planning. A good book you could read on that, Lorenz, is Chaos. Read the Chaos Story by Lorenz. It was actually a movie on that too. Good movie with who did that movie? Your boy, the chocolate boy wonder himself, Wesley Snipes and Jason Statham. They did a movie based on Lorenz's Chaos Theory. Great movie. Watch that. I don't remember it coming out in the movies. It might have been one of their straight to DVDs. But a lot of times, them straight to DVD movies be real good. They just don't be marketable. But they be very good movies. Cuba Gooding Jr. made a career making a lot of straight to DVD movies. If you don't believe me, go to Cuba's IMDb and look at his movies. And you'll be like, wait a minute, what the fuck is that? He got a lot of them. A lot of movies that never came out in the movie theater. Straight to DVD. That man was eating good off of them shits. On them blockbuster years. He was eating good. I mean, he had the time, you know. He had to get the banana in the tailpipe too, you know. He had to make time for that. So allegedly, shout out to Cuba Gooding Jr. Shout out to Cuba Gooding Jr. What y'all think he was smiling in that barbershop seat for? Why y'all think he was sitting in that barbershop seat smiling? Looking goofy as shit. Dave Chappelle told y'all what that shit was. He said that was 80s gay face. All the gay dudes in the 80s had an expression on their face. And you could always tell they were gay because of that expression. Like they were surprised. 80s gay face. Shout out to Dave Chappelle. Shout out to the GOAT. No, Dave Chappelle can't be the GOAT. What about Richard Pryor? Love Richard. What about Eddie Murphy? Loved Eddie. Dave Chappelle is the GOAT. What about Kevin Hart? I love Kevin Hart. What about Cat Williams? Do y'all not hear what I'm saying? Dave Chappelle is the GOAT. I said what I said. Shout out to Shalakimia. Where you at, baby? Well, a little sexy, chubby ass. I love me some Shalakimia, y'all. Shout out to Shalakimia. I got to call her. I got to call her. I ain't heard from her in a while. Shout out to Shalakimia. I said what I said. I like them chunky, y'all. Like Shalakimia right on my boat. I compare her and Danica. I'm talking about Danica's pretty. Danica's very pretty. She ain't my type. Shalakimia won't be my type more than Danica would be. That's just me. Chubby girls perform better. I'm just sorry. They perform better. And them little skinny girls got too much mouth. Chubby girls got too much mouth to do with their mouth when it comes time to do it. The skinny girls, no, they stay talking shit. I can't stand it. It's annoying. Girl said, y'all older men don't like older women because it's too much pressure. No, it's not pressure. It's annoying. That's why older men don't like older women. Y'all done learned so much bullshit over the years. Another topic for another day. What we got? We got another comment? All right, man. Let me zoom in. He says, yo, you're not lying, bro. Experience a lot of hate in the construction union in Atlanta. Oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about that. Parking like that. I'm gonna finish reading this comment, but that's important what he just said. There were just a few that gave off the niggas hated brothers from the north. I can read, I can't see. So when it's real small, I struggle. And I try to read slow to make sure I get right so I don't fuck it up. I really can read. I got a degree in English. I done wrote 2 books. Just can't see no more. So anyway, what is Ant talking about here, y'all? He's elaborating on what I said. And I experienced this. You don't experience this so much today, in today's South as you did 30 years ago. When I first came down here in 1992, they always want to prove how slick they are, how smart they are, and how much you don't know. Country boys, country slick, nigga slick. And if you ever worked anywhere, you had more talking about. I can attest to that. White folk, black folks snitching on you, running to tell massa what you done did, right? Hating on each other. You see that with colorism too. And Amanaz could attest to this. Light-skinned girls were more likely to get promoted before dark-skinned girls. She can attest to that. That happened a lot. I've seen that a lot in corporate America. Girl, I was like, how'd she get promoted? And if the girl was dark-skinned, she was skinny and unusually above average pretty, you know. But most of the time they were lighter skinned women and they were skinny. Worked in the sales department, but all of a sudden got promoted to a management position in sales. Please explain that to me. But it was plenty of dark-skinned women who had been performing in the sales department who could have been promoted. Hello. And they was giving up coochie too. That was going along with it. Don't let them lie to you. They was giving up some head. They was giving up some coochie. Let's not lie. I done seen too much of that. I seen girls fuck for free at work. So I know damn well they fucking for a promotion. Let's not bullshit each other. Let's not bullshit. But we want to talk about it didn't happen. And I worked so hard. And I was a saint. And I'm a good church going gospel woman. Gospel music playing. You was just getting fucked in your ass about 10 minutes before you turn that gospel music on, heading to church. Stop fucking lying. Don't let me tell it. Don't let V get started. Hell, I got video footage. Well, don't piss me off. I'm Nino Brown in this motherfucker. I'll take everybody down. Don't fuck with me. That's why I've been able to talk my shit all of these years. Because as I've been telling men to do, protect yourselves at all time, I've been practicing it for a long time. For a long time. Record everything, men. Been telling y'all that. You never know when you're going to have to come back and refer to it and prove somebody wrong. I bet you Puff Daddy, well, supposedly, P. Diddy did record everything. That's why he ain't in jail, supposedly. That's allegedly. The story ain't been told. I bet you R. Kelly wish he recorded some shit. I know Johnny Depp wish he recorded some shit. I know crying ass Tyrese wish he recorded some shit. All of these wealthy men, I told you these cameras is $30, $20 on Amazon. Small as a button, some of them. Record everything. I'm about to wrap this up because I ain't mean to go this long. But Ant came in here and got me talking my ish, instigating me. It's Ant's fault, y'all. We're going to blame it on Ant that I'm giving y'all all this content. Shout out to Ant. Oh, man, what we got here? Who is this? Got it. Ooh. The caps don't help, brother. I know what you're trying to do. It don't help me. Yeah, leave it lowercase. Let me try to stumble through this. I've heard lots of stories about that chick. Hold on. Excuse me, that chick buffing the manager, even when their husband worked. I'm one of them. I'm one of them, man. That story you just told. My wife she would cheat on the job. We both working at the same job. Mom and I can tell you this is 100% true. She'd be screwing other managers and screwing the manager. And we both work at the same job. She would do that. Her dumb ass, though, didn't do it for no promotion. She just did it for the attention. She ain't get no money out of it, nothing. Just did it for the fucking attention. Yeah, I dealt with that for years. I'm living proof of that. Oz can tell you. Me and Oz, we've been friends for a long time. And we worked for a company that we used to give us basketball tickets to the games. So she and I always been sports fans. So a group of us would always go to the games together. That's how she and I became friends. And so we had one night, she and I was riding together, and she picked me up from the house, me and my son. We went to the game. We rode to the game with her, met up with everybody else. It's like 20 of us. Sure enough, the next friggin' day, now keep in mind, I came to my house, spoke to my mama, spoke to my stepfather. Me and my son rode with her. The very next day, my wife was at work, out on the smoke deck, talking shit, talking about she didn't know where I was last night. I was out fucking around. I was just like, why you lying on that man? I came to your house, you wasn't home. He went to the game with us, and so did your son. Am I lying? Is that not a real story? If she's still on here, she'll tell you the truth. Yeah. See, women don't cheat because their man did something wrong. What do women need? Money, energy, attention, and time. So women, they claim they want monogamy, right? But there's a large percentage, I'm not going to say the majority, but there's a large percentage of black women who don't want monogamy. What they practice is polyandry. So they want to get that money, energy, attention, and time from anywhere they can get it. So if that's multiple men, so be it. And that's how they live. Now, they might not be fucking all of the men, but they're getting something from those men. They got a dude that they talk to on the phone all the time. That's attention. That's time. They got a dude that come do little favors for them. The comedian once said that's Vernon. That's the dude that come help you move your furniture and shit. He want to fuck you, but you ain't giving him a pussy. You dangle the carrot, the cookie, and he'll do things for you. They have a group of these guys, and then they have their main dude that they screwing. All right, this has been going on all of my life, so it ain't nothing new. And I'm gonna have to get off here soon because I'm starting to get nauseous. That's one of the side effects of my kidney disease, y'all. I apologize. Hold on a second. All right, I'm back. I apologize. I think I drink tea just because I like drinking tea. But the tea helps me control the nausea more than anything. Even more than ginger ale. Ginger ale helps too, but uh, tea is the best thing for me. Um, I hadn't had anything to drink. That's my mistake. Usually when I start podcasting, I always have my hydration, as I say. I didn't do that this time. I just jumped straight on here, and then with the medicines I take, sometimes they make me nauseous, and I do apologize. It's part of my kidney disease. Yeah, it happens, and it just comes suddenly. It'll come out of nowhere. So I'm all right. I'm all right. Just keeping everybody informed. Hold on. Keeping everybody informed. I gotta let the internet signal catch up with me. Yeah, much better. Um, Come on. Now my phone is freezing, so if y'all can hear me, I don't know. Right this second, I will. My phone is freezing a little bit, so I'm trying to let everything catch up. Just give me a second. Um, I really can't force it as much as I'd like to. It just ain't responding. Give me a second. I don't know if I'm talking for no reason or not. Let's give it a couple of minutes. Let's give it some time. Come on. All right. I think I'm back now. I think I'm back. Hold on. We're going to see. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Uh-oh. Oh, it's starting to catch up. Here we go. I think I'm back now. StreamYard still ain't responding to me. All right. I am back. Can y'all hear me? Somebody in the chat, let me know if you can hear me. Somebody in the chat. Just give me a thumbs up if my audio is good. The mic sounds nice. Check one. The mic sounds nice. Check two. Can y'all hear me? Anyway, I'm just gonna keep going. What I was talking about was Ant's comment and polyandry. That's what black women, whether they practice it or not, that's becoming the more popular ideology. They say monogamy. Well, I want a man that's gonna be loyal. What they're saying is they want a man to be loyal to them. They're not saying they're gonna be loyal to the man. So they have multiple men filling multiple functions in their life, all designed to get money, energy, attention, and time. Meet. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams, who came up with that acronym, or who at least who I got it from. Money, energy, attention, and time. So again, they'll have their gay boyfriend, girlfriend, sister boy. They'll spend time with him, go out to eat and drink mimosas. See, they get it all fulfilled because what they want is gimme, 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 now, 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 just like a spoiled child. And in order to get that, they got to get it from multiple men. And believe me, this is becoming a common thing in today's world. Hell, you got a girl on the pod that goes on these podcasts that Amin Oz listens to. And she told a story a few years ago on her own podcast how she got her husband, who she's still married to, and her boyfriend to move her furniture from one house to another. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Because the men, again, when you put this out there, the programming, they begin to accept this as normal, lower quality men. Well, that's what that tells me. Lower quality men will accept that. Unbelievable. And then got the nerve to be on here giving relationship advice.
Execute Order 60.
Unbelievable.
6.
Yeah, my phone is not responding as fast as I like it. But yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Money, energy, attention, time, and they're gonna do whatever they gotta do for their benefit. And that goes to, you get the book of Mothers by Robert Briefault. So on Amazon. It was written 100 years ago. In Briefert's Law, you can Google that shit, fellas or ladies who want to know. Briefert's Law tells you that, or the theory is that women are only going to do what's beneficial to them. What they think is beneficial to them, it should read. And once they get that thing, it's on to the next thing. Whatever promises or agreements that they made to get that thing go out the window once they get it. They don't even care about their kids. They'll sell their kids up the river, throw them out the window, throw the baby out with the bath. Once they get their way. That was 100 years ago. So the modern women talk, save it. Women are the same. The culture, I mean, look, I got into an argument with a dude one time. The equation for culture, biology plus environment equals culture. Okay? The biology hasn't changed. Your girls today are equal biologically to their moms, who are equal to their grandmoms, who are equal to their great grandmoms, and therefore going back a million years. Biologically, they are all the same. You can go back and I'll show you all these clips from women in the past saying the same exact thing women today say. Same exact thing. Right? The environment thus had to change. So what changed and when did it change? Well, if you study history, you can identify paradigm shifts. So the shift that I'm talking about happened in 1970. It began in 69 in California. It went nationwide in 70. 1970, no fault divorce was instituted countrywide, nationwide, and that changed the environment. See, before then, women couldn't just divorce their husbands. They couldn't just wake up one day and say, I don't like my husband. I'm going to divorce him and take him for his shit. For this house that he been trying to pay on for the last 15 years, I'm taking it because I don't like him no more. They couldn't do that. I'm taking his kids from him. They couldn't do that before 1970. So that's why you see the marriage rates plummeting in the black community, particularly. Right? 85 in the 1960s, black people get married at an 80% rate. Right? Nationwide. And in the 1970, those numbers started reversing. And then you fast forward to today, what did I say? This new generation is at 10%. So it's completely reversed. 90% of us, women rather, 90% of women will never be married today. And then want to blame it on reasons like, oh, I can't text him every day. He don't text me back fast enough. He won't let me look through his phone. He didn't come home fast enough. Those are the things. All of this bullshit. And then when we analyze it, as Kevin Samuel was often said, when we analyze it, we know it's all bullshit. Oh, he was whooping my ass. We know it's all bullshit. When we start peeling them layers back, it's all bullshit. An accusation. Didn't Rosewood get burned down for that? Because the white woman made an accusation against a black man who wasn't even real? Oh, that was way back when, V. That's what some of y'all are saying, right? Well, flash forward. Didn't Susan Smith do the same thing? Wasn't that modern times? Same thing worked, didn't it? The male black image has been destroyed, and y'all quick to villainize a black male. And white women started it, and black women picked it up and ran with it. And they used it to their advantage, even at the detriment of their own kids. We know the worst way to raise kids is single black women. That is the absolute worst way, by the numbers, to raise kids. They do the worst job. So why are the laws and the courts doing it? Why are they proactively doing it? If they claim to do what's best for the kid. Right? The only time the kid is best with their mother is during the first couple of years. Once that kid hits 3 or 4 years old, starts talking, that their advantage is gone. Because you assume that the mother is breastfeeding the kid. Well, hell, most of these women ain't even breastfeeding. So we can do that. Men can do that. And a lot of these women ain't even raising their own kid. They trying to be strong and independent. They throwing the child in daycare because they don't have to pay for the daycare. So they get assistance and they put the child in daycare. And they go do what they want to do. The Bible talks about that. It uses the analogy. It compares black women to an ostrich. The Bible does. And basically says the ostrich bury their kids and their children or their eggs in the dirt and then trample over them. They forget where they buried them and they kill their own kids. That's what the Bible is comparing black women to. Oh, V, why are you saying that why are you saying black women? Because that's who was in the Bible. I'm being specific and saying because white women weren't written about in the Bible. That was black women. There are no white women was written about in the Bible. Those were black women. So let's not play the game. Y'all Y'all Christian pseudo ninjas or your pseudo Christian ninjas. You don't know the Bible. You know a couple of scriptures out of context at best. You don't want that work with me. Which I have that standing invitation. Any pastor, any minister who wants to come up here and go one-on-one with the great one is welcome. Tell me I'm wrong. It ain't happened yet. And a lot of them watch me. I done did Bible studies at churches for them. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Stop the presses, ladies and gentlemen. Stop the presses. Hold on. Let me see if my phone working good now. It seems to be faster. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Stop the presses, man. Stop the presses. We will just get a round of applause. Brother Andrew sent me $5 on the pay. Doubled up on y'all. He done doubled up plus doing the tip. You think your boy ain't going to get a pure leaf today? Yes, sir, I am. It's going right in the bag. It's going right in the bag. I'm getting a pure leaf. I'm getting a pure leaf tea. I think they 2 for $5 at QT. I might put that $5 on the case because the case is $7.50 at Walmart. But I'll find out tomorrow about the case. Walmart ain't had none last week. They was out last week, so I can get a case this week. Thank you, brother Ed. I appreciate that very much. It don't happen very often, and I do appreciate it. $5 on the Cash App, y'all. Somebody appreciates me out here. Brother working hard, man. I've been up here dancing. The band has been playing. I'm giving y'all the same entertainment y'all get on Sunday. They only give you. I'm giving you like 3 hours. 3 hours. I'm running. But as long as the content is flowing, and as long as people like Ampy instigating me and giving me good shit to feed off of, I'm gonna keep flowing. This is how it goes. It's what it is. I'm the people's champ. As long as the people is feeding me, I grew up watching the Ultimate Warrior, man, and he got strength from the Warriors in the crowd. That's me. I'm just a black warrior. So that is all. But Anna like this right here. I don't know if he saw it earlier. Here's what Farrakhan got to say about these type of women that you described that was sleeping with their managers.
Because a man can't be a man when he's saddled down up to his neck in debt with a dissatisfied woman who don't give a damn. She want more and more and more. Let me tell you something, woman. We ought to take you and throttle you. I'm just telling you straight up. You don't want no man like me. You couldn't live with a man like me. Because I would not take that damn foolishness from one of you. For 1 minute, I'd drive you through the door. I don't like no woman to dominate no man. And I don't like no woman who even tries. Then you see another side.
I apologize, y'all. I'm really struggle streaming today. What I said is, Mr. Lincoln, he said we was free. Yeah. No, you ain't free. You're in captivity. Where did you find that clip? Farrakhan, I'm not sure where I found it, but when I find good clips, I try to bookmark it or download them. Can't remember exactly where I found that clip. I once had one, believe it or not, on Martin Luther King saying something similar. I ain't been able to find that one since. Yeah, that's the mind blower one. Martin Luther King said something very similar. When Mr. Lincoln said ours is free. No, you ain't. Because the Bible tells us how you know you're in captivity. Because you're subject to payments. You don't believe me? I don't have the script right in. I don't memorize all the scripts by chapter and title all the time. But just go to Google, search subject to payment KJV, and it'll give you the script. All right? You're subject to payment because you're in captivity because you're subject to payment. Payments on it. You got to pay insurance. You got to pay tax. You're always subject to payment. That's how you know you're in captivity. You can't drink water without making a payment to somebody. Deuteronomy chapter 28 tells you, again, the curse that'll be put on you for want of all things, in thirst, and hunger, and nakedness, for want of all things. Deuteronomy chapter 28. 60 something, I think. That's the pork chop. He got you making payments because he got you thinking you ain't a good Christian if you don't pay him. Hell, you got Christian pastors out here that told y'all that salary from his church. Gino said he got a regular job. He go to work. His church don't pay. Now y'all could donate something to him, but you ain't paying no tithe to him. It don't go to the church, and it wasn't money. Hello, shout out to Gino Jenkins. I don't support the Christians, but every now and then the Christian will say something right. You found the clip? Is that what you found? Put it in the comments. Other people might want that clip if you got a link for it. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Okay. So yeah. Put the link in the description. Other people, somebody else may want it. You could drop that in the not in the description, in the comments for me. Somebody else may want that. That's a good clip. See, a lot of people don't know. Let me give you some history on the Nation of Islam. Okay. A lot of the things that they taught, and a lot of things that they their style of teaching, right? It didn't come from Muslims. It came from the Israelites. They would go to the Israelite school in New York, and they would sit there and learn scriptures from the Israelites. and they would learn how the style of teaching that the Israelites used. I know Bishop Nathaniel plays some of those old recordings, from back then, 30 years ago, and you could almost hear word for word the Muslims a week later saying the same thing in almost the same cadence. Malcolm X did it. He learned from the Israelites. Farrakhan early on was learning from the Israelites. Because look at traditional Nation of Islam speakers. They were very soft spoken. They had a certain demeanor, much like Farrakhan does now. When you go back and listen to them older Farrakhan clips, he was teaching just like the brothers out on the corners was teaching. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, Ann just dropped that link to that clip, and he found it on YouTube. I don't think I got it from YouTube. But yeah, he made it easy for y'all. He did. He one up me. That's why I got moderators, y'all, so they can help me out. But yeah, a lot of what they taught and the way they taught, the Christians do it too. They go on Saturday. A lot of the Christians to the Israelite schools and would hang out and listen and learn scriptures and then be in church the next morning doing a sermon talking about God told them to do it. And then the Muslims would be there the next week. They didn't go to the mosque on Sundays, but they would do theirs the next week. Yeah. Yeah, this is a well-known fact amongst Israelites that this has been happening for decades. Now it's even easier. They subscribe to all of the podcasts. ICU does a podcast, multiple podcasts. You can watch them 24/7, 7 days a week and never see the same thing. They got a great show that they do. If those of you who are interested in history, Our Hidden History is a great show. If you want to learn true Black history, ancient Black history, before America Black history, watch Our Hidden History. Search for that on YouTube. Them brothers be killing it. That's a Deacon of Time. Watch that. Frankly, a lot of the books that I recommend, I get from him. I get from those brothers. Especially when we talk about ancient history, I get them from them. A lot of them. If I ever hit the lottery, I'm gonna give Deacon of Time $1 million just so he could buy books. Real talk. That'd be one of the first things I do. I'm gonna fill that man library up. Hold on a second. Somebody asked me in my DM, how come I'm gonna make this person anonymous because I don't know them. They're not a friend of mine on Facebook, but they asked me, how come you don't teach Sabbath class? Because as I just pointed out, my brother, I'm assuming you're watching on Facebook. I just gave you a YouTube channel of brothers who teach Sabbath class. If that's what you want, I've given you brothers who do it 24/7. My elders, my leadership. So I don't presume to step on toes when I'm not as knowledgeable as they are. Now, I do Bible study classes every now and then, not as much as I used to, but I rarely do it on Sabbath day. Sometimes I would do it on Sundays, but never on Sabbath day. Sabbath day, Bishop Nathaniel is usually going. One of the deacons is usually going all day long. You got plenty of classes. So if you want that kind of information, subscribe to. If you're on Facebook, they got Facebook channels. IUIC. Just search for that, and you might find one in your city or close to you. And you could follow headquarters. You can follow Atlanta. They do Patient Saints Radio on Sunday. Rabbit and Wolves is on Sunday. They got a lot of these radio shows, but they also got classroom exercises that they do. You can find a classroom recorded 24/7. They also have a channel on Hulu or, one of them kind of things. You can find them that way as well. IUIC TV. So yeah, that's the answer to that question. They don't try to do my shows, and I don't do their shows. Sometimes they overlap, but I do my show. I find that funny. People always want you to do something like somebody else instead of going to the people who actually are doing that thing better than me. I understand some of you like the way I do things. I'm very similar to them. I am them. I'm just them with the gloves off. That's the only difference. I'm them on the street. That's what you get in here. They have to be mindful of where they are and what they say, or otherwise they would get blocked. And they would get attacked. I don't have those restrictions. I'm not big enough, first of all. I'm sure if I get big enough, I'd have to adjust some of the things, the way I do certain things. I probably couldn't say the P word. I'd probably have to say cookie or coochie and not the P word, right? If I was big enough for somebody to notice. So, when you're trying to teach, it's very difficult constantly having to be mindful of your speech if you have certain restrictions placed on you. So they're better at that than me. A lot of those brothers watch me. A lot of them watch me. A lot of the Christians watch me. They won't admit it. They hate watch. I could see it. Y'all can see it when you go back and watch the video and you see how many views I had. You're like, wait a minute. It was only like 4 or 5 of us in the chat. Where them other 50 people come from? It was hate watching. I've had pastors hate watch and steal my shit and go right Sunday, be right there talking about, yeah, God gave me a message. That wasn't God. That was the people's champ talking to you. You know it. You was listening to me in your car. Man, I'm and I was laughing about that. Sometime I'll say something and within the next week, so here goes somebody else saying almost word for word what I just said. Word for word. And using my lingo. So I have a certain lingo. So it ain't like they just saying the same topic or idea. They're using my lingo when they never used it before. Riff off. I say that. I started saying that, then other people started saying it. Oh, I'm just riffing with y'all. I got riffing from the Pitch Perfect movies. The riff off, if you ever watched Pitch Perfect, that was their battle. When they battled each other, it was a riff off. That's where I got it from. Shout out to Anna Kirkpatrick. Shout out to Fat Amy. Shout out to Esther James with her sexy ass. Ooh, that girl's so sexy. With her gay ass. I like her. She's sexy. Her chubby self. I tell y'all I like them chubby. All right. And I ain't talking about chubby, a skinny girl with a fat stomach. I ain't talking about them. They just lazy. I'm talking about a girl who's naturally has a little size to her. Arms a little bigger, thighs are bigger. You know? I like that cushion. I like the way their arms feel. And I ain't talking about the biscuit lady fat arms with that piece of turkey neck dangling from under their arms. I ain't talking about that. Just little chunky, little big arm. They wrist got a little meat to it. That's what I like. Little something. To each his own, right? I'll take them all. Wow, it's 6:49 Eastern Standard Time here in the QC. I didn't mean to riff this long, y'all. I didn't mean to do that. I got to wind this up, man. It's been fun. I started out with a thought, and I just kind of gave y'all a whole performance, man. And I it's my pleasure to do so. It's not tedious for me at all. I enjoy doing it. Hopefully, I've given somebody somewhere some information you may not have had before. You learned something. I made you think about something you thought you knew, but did a little bit differently. Whatever. That's what we're supposed to be here for. You know? Because y'all know who I am. I mean, mucho gusto.
I'll violate all your personal space, bitch. I'm that cousin always on punishment. I'm not the nigga you can play with.
Y'all know who I am. People's Champ. I'm going ahead and sign off. I got to eat something. I'm going to really be sick. I haven't eaten anything yet in a while. So I got to take my medicine, put something I got to eat while I take it. And I'll be back, man. I don't know if it's going to be today, tomorrow, but I'll be back. Stay tuned. Hit the like button on your way out. Maybe we'll do a smoke show or questions and answers later. I don't know. Subscribe so you can keep up with it. Smash that bell. Subscribe to your social. Share. Share to your Facebook. Somebody else might need to learn something. And keep me in your thoughts, man. Your boy, we've been Israel, the People's Champ. Sounding out. I'm signing out, y'all. Peace.
You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy. So, what'll that make you? Good? You're not good. You just know how to hide, how to lie. Me, I don't have that problem. Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So say good night to the bad guy.